It's Mark Yegge here, wealth architect and lifestyle investor. Let's take your life to the next level. Welcome to the Wealth Architect Podcast. Hey everybody, it's Mark Yegge. Welcome to another Wealth Architect Podcast. Today we have an epic, probably our longest and maybe most thorough episode that we've done here on the Wealth Architect Podcast. Glad you're here. I have a co-host on this one. There's so much work involved in this one that Nicholas Spohn is co-hosting with me. If you know him from the history of this podcast, he's been on before. Nick is a podcaster and a hypnotist and just an all-around great guy, good friend of mine. And we hosted a really great podcast a few minutes ago. And it went a long time, went over 4 hours. And I tell you, it was really, really amazing. It was a guy named Brandon Joe Williams, who's a little irreverent, a little outside the box, or a lot outside the box. But so much information is in there that I'm highly recommending you watch it. What do you think, Nick? What do you think we learned in that?
Well, that was a marathon. And Brandon Joe Williams is kind of one of our favorite characters. And he's a super passionate guy about law and finances and securities and negotiable instruments. And there were so many gems in this. There's a lot of content because it was 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
But to understand what a U.S. citizen is, how to change our statuses, how we get into contracts, the definitions of money and persons, it's really going to teach these listeners, Mark, how to navigate through this world.
Yeah. And I think if you're listening, you're going to want to watch the video version of this because there's so many definitions and things that Brandon put on the screen in this. And by the way, one of the biggest things is that we are, and it's going to sound funky because, this is what we run into and what Brandon runs into all the time, but how to not pay taxes. Why that we're sucked into the banking system and the tax system and even the property ownership system because we're taught a certain way and we're afraid of bucking that system because of what we think will happen based on what they've told us will happen if we try to do something outside the system. And listen, if you've been around for the last 5 years, you know that there's some questions and some holes and some chinks in the armor of this matrix. So we're asking the questions. Brandon Joe Williams, our great guest, was on there to answer them for us.
Mark, I think everybody in this country kind of knows there's something wrong, right?
That's right.
There's something wrong with how they print and spend money. There's something wrong, where I don't think people feel like they have their constitutional rights like they should. And so we all know there's something wrong. And Brandon kind of blows the common paradigm out of the water and explodes it so we can say, oh, this is what's wrong. And this is how we start to take our freedom and our finances and our sovereignty back.
Let's kind of close this quick little intro up by saying we had some fun. We learned some stuff. If you have an open mind on the next 4.5 hours, but if you have an open mind, you're going to learn some stuff for yourself and you might even improve your life or at least the life of the family that you leave behind. So without further ado, welcome again to the Wealth Architect Podcast. Thanks again to Nick Spohn. And here's Brandon Joe Williams. All right. We have Brandon Joe Williams with us today. And we are ready to rock and roll. So, hey, Brandon, welcome to the show. Welcome, Wealth Architect Podcast. And Nicholas Spohn is going to be doing a little bit of pitching and catching with me. And we're going to be talking to Brandon. And we're going to let Brandon kind of run with it because he's got about thousands of hours of doing this. So welcome to the show, Brandon.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you having me on the show. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll just jump right into it, red hot. Sure. I don't know if you guys have seen my new flow chart. Screen sharing is not turned on. I'm going to send a request to you right now.
Got it. Go ahead.
So this is going to be very overwhelming for new people, but it's going to help me to be able to get through a lot of the information more rapidly if we have this up, right? So basically what I do for people who are new is I know a lot of what Mark talks about and stuff like that. He told me before the show, he's got an older audience, Like, for example, I don't know if you've ever heard, Mark, of the book Leading Edge Boomers and Seniors by Dan S. Kennedy. You ever heard of that book before?
I know a lot of Dan Kennedy stuff, but not that book.
So it's a whole book about the demographic, and half of every dollar, and actually after COVID, it's probably more like 55 or 60 cents of every dollar is held by the leading edge boomers and seniors demographic, the older individuals in their 60 plus range. And basically he says that if you aren't specifically working towards that particular demographic and to deliver value to that particular demographic, you're basically blowing your own leg off with a shotgun, essentially, right? So I did the same thing. I started gearing all of my businesses and everything that I have towards that demographic as well. So in terms of that demographic and in terms of what you teach, everyone wants to make money. Everyone wants to hold money and protect money, but nobody really knows anything about what money actually really is. So that's really the presentation that I do. And it's usually pretty shocking, even for wealthy people, because they realize very, very rapidly that they had absolutely no idea what was in these quote unquote bank accounts or this quote unquote wallet in their pocket. And it's actually so shocking, in fact, that it can be upsetting. So just to kind of start off and just kind of explain a few things about contracting and how contracts work. And this is really important for any businessman. Obviously, people think to themselves, oh, I know what a contract is and this and that. Well, you'd be shocked. I was shocked. I'm still learning what a contract is, even to this day. And I've been doing this all day, every day since September of 2021. So all contracts require consideration. People often assume or even offer a contract without you totally understanding what is happening, or you ignore the offer, which can be assumed to mean you acquiesce, right? And I have the capital words means that there's a definition for that word up above, right? So the definition of contract is an agreement upon sufficient consideration to do or not do a particular thing.
So Brandon, acquiesce is like a tacit contract, right?
Well, I'm going to go through from the beginning, and we're going to go through each of these capital words, and then we're going to reread the sentence. Okay?
Cool.
So a contract is an agreement upon sufficient consideration to do or not to do a particular thing, right? So you ask yourself, well, what's consideration? Of course, that's the next word. Consideration is not to be confounded with motive. Consideration means something which is of value in the eyes of the law, moving from the plaintiff, either of benefit to the plaintiff or of detriment to the defendant, right? And this is really, really important. Nothing is consideration that is not regarded as such by both parties. So for example, you guys think that, most people think that Federal Reserve notes, which is those green pieces of paper that are in your wallet or your bank account, are extremely valuable. They are in sort of a weird delusionary way. But when you start understanding more and more about money, you start to understand that they're really not. And it's sort of like, in my opinion, the way I look at all of this information is it's sort of like women, right? If you are just all over the woman and you make the woman your whole life and this and that, you think in your mind, especially when you're younger, you think that's what they want. And they may even say that they want that, right? Yep. But then when you start doing that, they start to lose interest. And the reason why that is, because it took me 20 years to figure that out too, the reason why that is because the whole drive and thrusting energy of a man into the world, trying to complete some sort of massive project or something that he really believes in, is the sexiest thing in the world to a woman, right? Mm-hmm. And when you replace that with her and her whims and desires, you think to yourself, logically that makes sense, but in actual practice, it doesn't really work that way. The place that keeps a woman most attractive is by you being the most attractive man. Duh, right? And the most attractive man is a man who, the way that Zanparian defines it in the book, The Alabaster Girl, which is my favorite book in the whole world, and I'm a member of the Amirati of the group, the way he defines it is an undying focus and loyalty to a goal or project that is bigger than himself, right? So the whole point of consideration in terms of money is you can actually make a lot more of it when you aren't worshiping it and making it your whole life. It's actually kind of a weird reversal of thoughts. People are running around trying to figure out money. How do we get more of it all the time? But when you actually just relax and when you actually just you are the king of money, and that's the end of the fucking story. You have to understand money to get into that mind frame. When you get into that mind frame, it's no different than, like, for example, with women, and then all of a sudden women are coming out of the woodwork trying to talk to you, and they're attracted to you. You attract. It's like Dan S. Kennedy. All his stuff is about attracting money, attracting attention, marketing that attracts It's attractive market. It's literally his whole system is called like attractive marketing or whatever, right? Yeah. So rather than chasing, you're attracting, right? And the only way that you can get into that mind frame in any area of your life is by really, really having a lot of knowledge, understanding, and a good relationship with whatever it is that you're trying to attract, whether it's women or money or whatever, right? So yeah. Getting back into this consideration, nothing is consideration that is not regarded as such by both parties. What that means is it's very obvious when you talk about it for a minute. If I try to give you a car, it's a piece of shit, you don't want it, there's no contract. Because a contract is an agreement upon sufficient consideration to do or not to do a particular thing, right? Yeah. And then we have adequate consideration, one which is not so disproportionate as to shock our sense of that morality and fair dealing, which should always characterize transactions between man and man, right? So what does that mean? That just means, you can't trick someone into giving you their car for $1. You can't trick someone, that would shock our sense of morality and fair dealing. You see? But it's a very, very complicated and in-depth situation because every single person has a different idea of what's valuable. So that's why contracting and that's why law is so complicated, because everyone considers different things to be valuable, and then everyone considers those things to be valuable to different levels. Some people may consider something to be kind of valuable or barely valuable or not valuable or terribly valuable, whatever, right? Yeah. And those things change too. So that's, another thing about like marriage and stuff like that. It's amazing people can be married, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not anti-marriage. It's just a thought towards the illustriousness of man, I guess you could say, because all of these considerations and all of these thoughts and all of these things and all of these values are always shifting throughout people's life too. So you have two people or even business partners and their values shift, and then now what? You know what I mean? It's pretty wild, actually, when you start to think of how all this plugs into human interaction. It's amazing that anything can happen in the world, really.
Yeah, you take two people, you stick them in a house together, and they got to agree on the toilet paper going over or under, and they got to have the same values, and they got to be on the same page business-wise. A lot of things can go wrong, right?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So all contracts require consideration. That's the first sentence. So now that makes sense, right? So in order for there to be an agreement, there has to be some sort of something of value in order for that's exchanged from one party to the other, right? So people often assume or even offer a contract without you totally understanding what is happening. So what does assume mean? To take on, become bound as another is bound, or put oneself in place of another as to an obligation or liability, right? So this is a pretty shocking definition that very few people know anything about. Again, these are all legal definitions, but the thing is that they're active in a lot more areas of your life than you would think, which is why, which is the basis of my entire platform. My entire platform is basically an occult platform. Occult means, that which is hidden. And everyone is sort of in the occult without them knowing it. And my job and what I do in my platform is to basically help you to see that you are in the occult and then to kind of move up and out of that through understanding various symbols and words, etc. Okay? Which sounds very creepy and weird, but it's actually very mainstream because I specialize in things like legal contracts, financial instruments, etc. Okay? Yeah. So become bound as another is bound, put oneself in place of another as to an obligation or liability. Literally, it literally means like if I owe money to the bank and I like swap you for me and now like you're in my place and you're the one who owes the money, that's called assume.
So Brandon, I do this a lot with my real estate. So when we have consideration in a contract, that might mean I put up $100,000, you put up a house, and we swap. And so we're both offering consideration. And within that, there may even be, an assumption of where I assume your liability for that note. Does that sound right? Simple.
Yeah, because the thing is that as we're going to get into later in the show, you don't have any liability over that note. The fact that you manufactured that note completes the contract and completes the assumption and completes the obligation or liability. And that's the part that no one knows. That's the part that literally just the judges think I'm crazy. The prosecutors think I'm crazy. The banks act like I'm crazy. They know better. And it's just, the thing is that we'll get into that later though, because it's gonna divert me into a whole different direction, which we're not going to go into that quite yet. But basically, to assume means to put someone in a position of obligation or liability, where someone else is actually the one bound to it, and you're becoming bound as another is bound, right?
Yep.
Definition of offer is to bring to or before, to present for acceptance or rejection, to hold out or proffer, to make a proposal to exhibit something that may be taken or received or not, which isn't terribly far from what people probably think the definition of the word offer is, but it's always good to review.
Yep.
So let's reread this. People often assume or even offer a contract without you totally understanding what is happening, or you ignore the offer, which can be assumed to mean you acquiesce. Acquiescence right here, right? Acquiesce means to give an implied consent to a transaction, to the accrual of a right, or to any act by one's mere silence or without express assent or acknowledgement. So what does that mean? This is really confusing for people in law. What this means is if you are given an offer, if someone brings or presents something for acceptance or rejection, and you fail to reject said thing, it can be considered legally to be implied consent to a transaction.
Now, how does that work if there wasn't adequate consideration or sufficient consideration agreed upon?
Well, that would be where litigation would begin. That would be the opening statements. That would be where litigation would essentially begin, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way this kind of boils down, if you want to go into more detail on it, is that we start getting into the rules of evidence, right? And if we start getting into the rules of evidence involving presumptions, in a civil case, right? Rule 301, right? So in a civil case, unless a federal statute or these rules provide otherwise, the party against whom a presumption is directed has the burden of producing evidence to rebut the presumption. So this is
Right.
This right here is basically all of litigation in one sentence, and this right here is basically the reason why everyone hates lawsuits. This is the reason why everyone hates lawsuits, because what lawyers do is they just cook up complete horseshit
Yep. Over
endlessly. And the reason why is because this is why they do that. They do that because every single time they do that, if you fail to produce evidence and rebut it, you lose. So you wind up on this endless defense position, just getting machine gunned into fucking dust every single time. And how do you get around this?
You got to do the same thing to them.
No. Well, I suppose you could, but no. The way that you get around this is you go down to rule 402 tells you relevant evidence is admissible unless any of the following, right? Irrelevant evidence is not admissible. That's the main point, right? And then how do you get evidence on the record, right? Because once you get evidence on the record, the presumption game ends. It's like snipping their dick off, right?
Yeah.
And the way that you do that is 602 and 603. 602, need for personal knowledge. A witness may testify to a matter only if evidence is introduced sufficient to support a finding that the witness had personal knowledge of the matter. So what happens is that the lawyers are pretending as though they have personal knowledge. They're pretending as though they're a witness. And the thing is, in order for them to do that, as per Rule 603, before testifying, a witness must give an oath or affirmation to testify truthfully. It must be in a form designated to impress that duty on the witness's conscience. And we also have rules of professional conduct. Rule number 3.7. which says that basically lawyers are not allowed to act as witnesses and advocates. They have to choose one or the other, right?
But But Brandon, they're gonna try to do that, right? You have to stop them and object in the process, right?
You have to stop them. So a lawyer shall not act as advocate at a trial in which the lawyer is likely to be a necessary witness. So if they are a witness, you can cross-examine them. If they are a witness, they have to submit affidavits.
Right.
They don't do that. They submit only declarations. And their declarations are filled with presumptions. This is the entire tactic. It took me a fucking year of getting my skull crushed to figure this out. This is the basis of everything. And when you understand this, you completely disarm all attorneys. So 97% of attorneys, this is all they do. It's only a very, very, very small percentage of attorneys that know anything about the law, and they know anything about structuring an actual case by what's called the merits. Almost nobody. I mean, I'm dealing with 3 or 4 DOJ attorneys in the Department of Justice right now, and it's obvious none of them have absolutely any clue how to structure anything involving any sort of like a law conversation or argument. And you didn't see that in the Amex case because I was still learning, but you're seeing it in the SBA case. That's really where you're starting to see. It's the first time I've ever got anybody on their back foot pretty good, and it's 3 attorneys at the DOJ. So I'm feeling like I'm feeling pretty fucking. I got some pretty big balls walking around this past few days. I'll tell you right now, because
I just want to see if they give you a chance to stand in front of them, get some things heard, right?
Yeah. So if we go back to this thing, right? So basically, we've gone over what a contract is. We've gone over how that's structured. We've gone over some of the rules associated with how the lawsuits and stuff go, right? So now going from there, I have this whole flow chart. I don't know if you want to get into this involving the various structures and what a person is and all that, or if you want to just jump over to financials from here. You guys tell me what you want to do.
Well, Brandon, why are contracts important? How do we contract away our rights? And I think the definition of person in the United States will probably come up in there because people are unknowingly contracting away their rights. I mean, I think so many of your listeners and our listeners realize there's something wrong with the system, but they're not exactly sure what. And what you opened our eyes to was that we voluntarily give away those rights with how we contract. So maybe if you touch on that a little bit.
Sure. So basically, this is going to be really, really, really shocking, especially for an audience that's not used to this sort of thing. So I will give you guys a little background on how this all went down, right? So what happened is you have this thing called the 14th Amendment, right? So the 14th Amendment, if you go to back to 1871, the 14th Amendment, and I will give you just one quote from one court case real quick from my website, and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna try to show you the actual original court cases for a lot of these, but this one I'm just gonna, for sake of time and stuff, I'm just gonna read it off my website, which is a direct copy and paste from the opinion itself, right? So this is from Ellen R. Van Valkenburg versus Albert Brown, which is the California Supreme Court, right after the 14th Amendment was, quote unquote, supposedly ratified, which we're going to go over that too. That's false. This is 1872. So the 14th Amendment was supposedly ratified in 1871. So 1 year later, maybe even less than 1 year. We don't know. Maybe 6 months, depending on when these things happened, right? So this is really shocking. Almost nobody knows this, so you may want to verify this for yourself, which you definitely should. No white person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction, or born without those limits and subsequently naturalized under their laws, owes the status of citizenship to the recent amendments to the federal Constitution. So what is he saying there? It's so unbelievable that you're having trouble even believing what you just read, right? Yep. And what you just read is literally exactly what he just said. White people have nothing to do with the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
Which
may or may not have been ratified, right?
Which may or may not, well, it wasn't, but the world operates right now as though it does. Yeah. But if you're a white guy, it doesn't make a difference either way. So the thing is that what class of citizenship was created by the 14th Amendment? Do you guys know the answer to that question?
The federal citizen?
It's the U.S. citizen category.
Citizen.
U.S. citizen. So they ask you on a driver's license, are you a U.S. citizen? They ask you for jury duty, are you a U.S. citizen? They ask you for
Voter ID.
Voter ID. They're going to ask you, are you a U.S. citizen? And just to kind of side note this for a second, and I know the Trump administration is talking about this, but they're in for a real surprise when they start to get into this more and more. Why is it they never ask you to really prove citizenship? The only people who have ever asked you to prove citizenship, and they don't even always do it, is the Department of State when they're issuing a passport. Besides that, no one else. And by the way, I know a lot of people who didn't submit any evidence and they got approved. It's almost kind of completely random if they even check. It's almost like a customs or bag check. They just randomly pick people to see if they really are, if they've really been proven as these things, right? So the thing is that why is it that no one asks you to prove U.S. citizenship? Why is it that they just ask you? Everybody just asks you. Even on the DS-11 form, it asks you if your parents are U.S. citizens, and it asks you if your spouse is a U.S. citizen. Why does everyone ask you this question? Why are they not asking? Why don't they ask for proof? Why don't they a document? Why is there never anything more than just argue this thing, right? And the reason why is because this U.S. citizen thing is such a deep, crazy rabbit hole that people just don't have any clue what the hell it is, right? So let's reread this first sentence, and I'm going to go ahead and just replace recent amendments with U.S. citizenship, and I think it'll really kind of shock you a bit because that's actually what they're saying here. No white person born within the limits of the United States and subject to their jurisdiction, or born without those limits and subsequently naturalized under their laws, owes the state of U.S. citizenship to anything. Yeah. Basically, that's what they're saying here, right? The history and aim of the 14th Amendment is well known. Yeah, back then it was. Not anymore. Right. And the purpose had in view in its adoption well understood. Yeah, back then, 6 to 12 months later, yeah, sure. Not anymore. That purpose was to confer the status of citizenship upon a numerous class of persons domiciled within the limits of the United States who could not be brought within the operation of the naturalization laws, because native born and who is born, though native, had at the same time left them without the status of citizenship. He's going to explain more about what he's talking about here. These persons were not white persons, but were in the main persons of African descent who had been held in slavery in this country, or if having themselves never been held in slavery, were the native-born descendants of slaves. Mm-hmm. Prior to the adoption of the 14th Amendment, it was settled that neither slaves nor those who had been such, nor the descendants of these, though native and born free, were capable of becoming citizens of the United States. And there's a case, a very, very well-known case.
The Dred Scott.
The Dred Scott case. That's the one that he places here, right? The 13th Amendment, though conferring the boon of freedom, so what does boon mean? Just real quick. Boon, a noun that means something that is helpful, beneficial, or pleasant, especially when it comes at an opportune time. Mm-hmm. The 13th Amendment, though conferring the boon of freedom upon native-born persons of African blood, had left them under an insuperable bar as to citizenship. Insuperable, impossible to overcome, insuperable. Had left them under an insuperable bar as to citizenship, and it was mainly to remedy this condition that the 14th Amendment was adopted. Now, in my opinion, and I've been trying to figure this out for years, this is the best explanation of all of this information in one tiny little pill. I mean, it doesn't get any better than what this particular honorable judge had to say about the situation. There are a lot of other things that I can cover with you. There are a lot of other great places we can go. The Supreme Court is a great next stop, and they say a million different things about this. But this is like the one punch knockout right here, in my opinion.
And
Can
Brandon,
can I take a shot at summarizing
Sure,
it for
sure,
you?
sure.
All right. So basically, there was a war. There were some people pissed off about the war. There were some people that they couldn't put into a category. So they created this 14th Amendment thing to take slaves and make them what are called citizenships of the United States, which I'm sure you're going to define in a minute. And so that's essentially how they got around all this stuff, as they created these citizens of the United States, but they were also able to keep the people happy that were not slaves.
Yeah, when you go back in time, if you go way, 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 way back, the first definition of citizen was a white person. If you go to like 1778 and you look up, or 1779, you look up the first Naturalization Act, the definition of a citizen was literally a white person. So this goes way back. This goes way back, right? So the 13th Amendment freed the slaves, but they had no citizenship. So they're basically like they're basically what's called stateless. If you go on to stateless Department of State, right? They have a whole website about this, right? What is statelessness? You can go on to the U.S. Department of State website, the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration. They have a whole article on what does it mean to be stateless, right? And this is actually a quite an interesting rabbit hole because actually being stateless has a lot of benefits, but they pretend as though it doesn't. And then also they don't realize like stateless, they're saying outside of a corporate state. There's a lot of states that are not UN states. There's a lot of states that are not corporate states. They don't ever mention any of that in here, ironically enough, carefully forgetting about all these various states and nations that may not be integrated into the UN or something like that. So it's a bit of a biased, obviously, it's a slanted article, but it's a very, very interesting idea. This idea of statelessness is exactly what we're looking at, where the slaves were released after the 13th Amendment was passed. Everyone was yay, or whatever. Well, half the country was yay and half the country was pissed, right? And it was this whole thing, and then after that we have this explosion of, okay, what do we do with these guys? They don't have any citizenship.
So Brandon, for some context for people who aren't familiar with this, at this time, white people had state citizenship, correct? And so this was a new class.
But there was no term. There was no term for that, and we're going to get into that next. This one's so powerful. This one, we're going to go straight to the actual opinion, and then I'm just going to show you that opinion, but we're going to relate it to my notes, and then I'll find it live on the show for you, because it's just so shocking and just so unbelievable that I want to go straight to the source material. So this is the source material here, right? But if we go to my notes on it, this is from the big dog. This is the actual court case. This is the actual court case where the federal U.S. citizen category was born. So the 14th Amendment in itself didn't actually birth the U.S. citizen category. It was the Supreme Court cases called the Slaughterhouse cases, and the case number is 83 U.S. 36. This opinion of all these people trying to figure out what the hell the 14th Amendment is actually saying, especially the first paragraph, this opinion is where the U.S. citizen category was actually born. Okay. So this, it's kind of complicated. It's sort of like, did the 14th Amendment create the U.S. citizen category? It was a later interpretation of the 14th Amendment that created the U.S. citizen category. But the Supreme Court is in charge of interpreting the 14th Amendment. So it's sort of like did the 14th Amendment actually create the U.S. citizenship category? Well, according to the people who have the job to interpret it, the answer is yes. So that's basically what happened. And then after that, if you start looking at a lot of cases after 1873, they all just point to this case. It was sort of like, dude, we're done. We've been talking about this for 2 years. It's over. The Slaughterhouse case is go listen to what the Honorable Judge Miller has to say about this situation. I just recently looked up a picture of him. I thought that was pretty cool. Judge
I saw it. Yeah.
Freeman Miller.
Freeman is his middle name, right?
Yeah, it's his middle name, right? So this is the picture of the judge whose opinion we're about ready to read. This is the judge who was giving the opinion as to the 14th Amendment and what it was talking about. Samuel Freeman Miller was an American lawyer and physician and an associate judge of the U.S. Supreme Court from 1862 until 1890, and who authored landmark decisions in U.S. versus Kagama, which I don't know anything about that case, and the Slaughterhouse cases. Okay, so this is the man who basically interpreted the 14th Amendment, or was basically one of the key people who did interpret the 14th Amendment to believe that it actually split the country into two different citizenship classes. And we're going to get into what those are and how that works here in just a moment, because people say state citizen, just like Nick said a moment ago. Even that term didn't exist until the Slaughterhouse cases. So you have the birth of these two terms, state citizen and U.S. citizen. Before that, it was just we the people. It was just no one, like in today's world, people hear the word citizen or U.S. citizen, and it's just that's it, and that's all there is. That's not how it's been. It hasn't been that way since 1873. But before 1873, it actually really was that way. Mm-hmm. So that's the confusion, right? So the first quote, I'm going to go off these quotes. These are the hot hitting quotes, and then we're going to find these quotes in the original text. The Negro having. So here's the first quote. The Negro having, by the 14th Amendment, been declared to be a citizen of the United States, is thus made a voter in every state of the Union, right? So you're starting to see the U.S. citizen category has nothing to do with white people. It never did, right? So people, all these white people are out there. Oh, and guess what? By the way, all you well-aged rich gentlemen out there that may be listening to Mark's show, only U.S. citizens have a tax liability.
We're going to get into that in a minute. That's going to blow your mind, everybody. It's awesome.
So I've already, you don't realize it yet because you may be thinking, what the fuck am I supposed to do with all this information? Yeah, it's the most badass fucking information on the fucking planet, people. Okay. I've already, without even going any farther, if I was, this building caught on fire and this thing had to end, I've already taught you enough to never, ever, ever legally pay taxes ever again without even having, you don't even need to file a fucking 1040, literally. But we're going to keep going deeper and deeper into this, obviously, because you have to have a really good, rounded understanding of all this information to feel comfortably emotionally. That's the problem. The problem is not, if the emotions weren't a part of this, you can go out right now and start getting refunds on all the past 3 years of all your tax returns, get all that money back, and never fucking file a tax return ever again for as long as you live without one drop of sweat. It's the nervousness, the anxiety, and the self-certainty that's missing. That's the missing part, which is why we have to continue to go down these rabbit holes.
And it's because we were brainwashed. That self-certainty, the emotion, all that stuff, we were taught one way and we were instilled with fear. So we don't want to question anything that could possibly threaten our existence because of that fear, right?
That's correct. Yeah. This next one is the literal exact section of the literal exact court case that split the citizenship up into two classes. The first section of the 14th article. The first section. Here we go. This is it. This is. Now you got to think before we read this, because this might piss you off pretty good. They were trying to solve a real issue. The whole country was on edge. The whole country was freaking out. We had just gotten out of a civil war. All hell had broken loose. We were beaten and battered, and half the country still didn't want black people or slaves to have the kind of rights. So they're thinking in their heads, well, if we give them the same rights as a state citizen or a normal citizen, then the Civil War is going to start all over again. So they're trying to figure out, how do we navigate this extremely difficult, complicated situation that's throughout the entire country and ripping the whole country in half? And if we don't figure it out, this country is liable to burn itself to the fucking ground. So you just have to take a step back and maybe put yourself back into that time period to understand what I'm about ready to read to you, because this is it. This is the line. This is the section where the entire U.S. citizenship category was literally born.
Yep.
The first section of the 14th Amendment, to which our attention is more specially invited, opens with a definition of citizenship. Not only citizenship of the United States, but citizenship of the states. No such definition was previously found in the Constitution, nor had any attempt been made to define it by act of Congress. It had been the occasion of much discussion in the courts, by the executive departments, and in the public journals. So we'll stop right there. So it's only been 2 years since the 14th Amendment was supposedly ratified. And they're saying, Justice Miller, Samuel Freeman Miller is sitting here. He's saying, it's only been 2 years, guys. And it's been the occasion of much discussion in the courts and by the executive departments and in the public journals. Everyone's fucking talking about this thing. So you got to think, and it went through lower courts. It most likely had to go through lower courts to get all the way to the Supreme Court. So this is like crazy buzz. Everyone's fucking going ballistic for 2 fucking years. Everyone's trying to figure it out. Everybody's fucking talking about it. It's everywhere. And then like these guys are the guys who have to figure it out. Okay. So this is him being like, okay, we've been talking about this. Everyone's going crazy. We got to figure it out. Right. It has been said by eminent judges that no man was a citizen of the United States, except as he was a citizen of one of the states composing the Union. Those, therefore, who had been born and resided always in the District of Columbia or in the territories. Now, by the way, territories, that means areas that are basically what's called possessions, insular possessions or territories of the United States. If we go and look that up real quick, U.S. territories, it's not what you think it is. It's areas like American Samoa, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And then you start going down this rabbit hole a bit more. These are essentially possessions of the District of Columbia. They have nothing to do with the states of the Union. And this is the terminology he's using. The Justice Miller, people think Justice Miller fucked up the whole country. No, he actually did a great job describing the difference between these two different zones. It's just no one took the time to understand what Justice Miller had to say, and then here we are 150 years later, and we're all fucked. Okay? So let's reread this. Those, therefore, who had been born and resided always in the District of Columbia or in areas such as American Samoa, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, etc., though within the United States, were not citizens. Whether this proposition was sound or not had ever been judicially decided, but it had been held by this court in the celebrated Dred Scott case only a few years before the outbreak of the Civil War, that a man of African descent, whether a slave or not, was not and could not be a citizen of a state or the United States. This is what they're trying to figure out. This is what Justice Miller's trying to figure out, and his boys, right? This decision, while it met the condemnation of some, of the ablest statesmen and constitutional lawyers of the country had never been overruled. And if it was to be accepted as a constitutional limitation of the right of citizenship, then all the Negro race who had recently been made freemen by the 13th Amendment were still not only not citizens, but were incapable of becoming so by anything short of an amendment to the Constitution. This paragraph is everything.
Yeah.
This paragraph is all taxation. This paragraph is massive for your financial success. This paragraph
let's
is the
summarize.
difference. This paragraph is the difference between you having the right to bear arms, which is the Second Amendment, or having to get a firearms license. The Second Amendment, people argue with me about this, and I start screaming. I say, where in the Second Amendment does it say anything about firearms?
Doesn't.
It doesn't. Nope. Firearms has nothing to do with the Second Amendment, and the Second Amendment has nothing to do with firearms. Firearms are held by slaves. Slaves are called U.S. citizens. Slaves are essentially property of the federal government. If you are telling them that you are their property, you don't have the Second Amendment. Only state citizens have the Second Amendment. It's been that way since Judge Miller, on the exact date, I will give you the exact date of when this became activated. The exact date, April 14th, by Mr. Justice Miller. Since April 14th of 1873, if you say you are a U.S. citizen, you do not have the right to bear arms.
So Brandon, I think about it this way, and I may have gotten this from you. My first job out of college was at Kraft Foods. And when I became an employee at Kraft Foods, I was basically saying, when I go to work, I'm willing to give up my constitutional rights to follow their rules, right? I'm not going to bring firearms. I'm not going to do certain things that I have constitutional rights to. So when someone becomes a U.S. citizen, it's almost like they're becoming an employee of the federal government, and they're giving up their rights in the meantime. They're contracting or voluntarily giving up those rights to be that employee or property of the federal government.
That's correct. That's correct. So let's see here. The first observation. Okay. So getting into this a little bit more, this is the case where all this happened. So I like the Van Valkenburg case because I feel like it's a nice little quick package. But if you want the true big dog and you want everything laid out word for word and you want the exact details of everything, that's what we're getting into here in this case still with the Slaughterhouse cases and Justice Miller. Okay, so the first observation we have to make on this clause, meaning the first clause, he literally gives the clause right here above that. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, right? So right now with the Trump administration, you've got all this talk right now about birthright citizenship and how it relates to the 14th Amendment. It's all completely irrelevant. All that conversation is completely irrelevant because the thing is that everyone has forgotten the purpose of all this and why it was made. It was made because the 13th Amendment released the slaves and they had no freaking citizenship. They couldn't do anything. So it was like pointless to release them. And that was what was the 14th Amendment, was to remedy that problem. Okay. So the first observation we have to make on this clause is that it puts at rest both the questions which we stated to have been the subject of differences of opinion. It declares that persons may be citizens of the United States without regard to their citizenship of a particular state. And it overturns the Dred Scott decision by making all persons born within the United States and subject to its jurisdiction citizens of the United States. Now, keep in mind, he already said earlier that the definition of United States is the District of Columbia and the U.S. territory. She didn't say anything about states. So if you're in California or Utah or Texas or Indiana or New York, or I can keep going, that has nothing to do with what they're talking about here. And you can see that very, very clearly in 4 U.S.C. 71. 4 U.S.C. 71, permanent seat of government, all that part of the territory of the United States, included within the present limits of the District of Columbia, shall be the permanent seat of government of the United States. And you can also see that in UCC 9-307 subsection H, says it in black and white. Location of United States. The United States is located in the District of Columbia. So when you say you are a U.S. citizen, you are saying that you are a citizen of the District of Columbia or one of the U.S. territories or insular possessions such as American Samoa, Guam, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, etc. Someone who lives in Puerto Rico and was born in Puerto Rico would be a U.S. citizen. That's what he's saying here. He's saying persons born within the United States and subject to its jurisdiction. Is state of California within the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government? Freaking Google tells you no.
Yep.
4 U.S.C. 71, all that part of the territory of the United States included within the present limits of the District of Columbia shall be the permanent seat of government of the United States. They aren't talking about the 50 Union states.
Nope.
United States has nothing to do with California at all. You can see that again in Caja versus U.S. I just used this in the SBA case, and I just slaughtered those DOJ attorneys with this one. Oh my God.
So the United States is a fictional entity that was created around this time to solve a problem for the slaves. And they created this thing. Really, we think it's 50 states and all together, but it's really this little spot in the District of Columbia and the insular possessions.
Well, the thing is
the
that
United States.
The thing that makes it a bit interesting too is that the 48 states of the union, it's actually not 50.
Right.
Hawaii
Right.
and Alaska, I think, are actually on the United States side. I think they're actually possessions or territories of the United States. I'm still a little bit iffy on those two, but the other 48, I'm 100% positive on. So let's say California, for example, right? So California is an entirely sovereign nation from the nation called United States.
Yeah.
So
And I just smashed these DOJ attorneys on this, and they were so blown away. I had this DOJ attorney on the phone for a meet and confer, and I was telling him all this stuff, and he didn't even know what he was just so shocked. He didn't even know what to say. It was absolutely hilarious. And then they actually filed into the case yesterday, and they defended against a U.S. Supreme Court decision and the actual definition of a state court from the actual statute they were trying to use on me. The defense toward that was, on the Los Angeles website, they define Los Angeles as part of a state, which is in the United States. I'm just like,
oh man, come on.
It's like 3 or 4 DOJ attorneys working on this case, bro. Absolutely fucking. It's the first time I've ever been, it's kind of sad to say, it's the first time I've ever been in a really good position in a case, which is sad, but I never went to law school. I never did any of this shit. I'm just like, just straight out the fucking gate, started filing lawsuits, and I'm just kind of learning as I go. And I'm a year into it, and now I'm cooking fucking DOJ attorneys for breakfast. To me, that's pretty fucking good, but it has taken a long time and a lot of work to learn this stuff and to get this stuff put together. Okay, so
maybe it's good that you didn't go to law school. You'd have been taught the
right.
wrong way, just like people are taught about money the wrong way.
Oh yeah, I mean, school is just crap. I mean, that's why I agree with Trump. The Trump administration right now taking down the Department of Education. I agree wholeheartedly. I think we need some massive reform. Oh, by the way, when it comes to public education, in 1871, the same year that the 14th Amendment was passed, we have the Organic Act of 1871. This was the birth of the District of Columbia. It's literally called the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871. Guess what the cookie or benefit of the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871 was to try to get people to go along with it.
The right to vote.
I don't know. What do you got?
It was the public education system.
Wow.
So the same time period that the U.S. citizenship category was born, that same year was when the public school system was born through the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871, and it also obviously birthed the District of Columbia as well.
So Brandon, quick question on states. So we're talking about the state of California. Is that not a franchise of the District of Columbia? I know there's California, which is the land and the state, and then there's state of California, which is my understanding is a franchise or of that federal corporation. Am I thinking about that correctly? Did this come about later on?
Yeah, so let me finish this thought first, and then I'll get into that one, right? So Caja v. U.S., this is the one I just used in a case just now with the DOJ attorneys, and just, you never know. They've got tools I don't have. They've got, I don't even use Westlaw and stuff. There's a lot of really crazy tools that are out there that are really expensive that I don't use necessarily. So I'm over here thinking like, maybe I'm missing something, right? No, I didn't miss nothing. This is still 100% active. Because if it wasn't active, they would plug it into Westlaw and they would have filed a response in opposition, and they would have said like why it's been overturned or whatever. They didn't do that. They tried to use a definition from website, which is the most hilarious thing in the world, and it shows that I've really got them on the fucking ropes with this one, right? This statute is one of universal application within the territorial limits of the United States, and is not limited to those portions which are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government, such as the District of Columbia. Generally speaking, within any state of this union, the preservation of the peace and the protection of person and property are the functions of the state government and are no part of the primary duty, at least of the nation, meaning the federal government. The laws of Congress in respect to those matters do not extend into the territorial limits of the states, but have force only in the District of Columbia and other places that are within the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government.
That's huge.
Yeah. So when I sued the SBA in state court, they used this 28 USC 1442 to remove that case to federal court, right? A civil action or criminal prosecution that is commenced in a state court and that is against or directed to any of the following may be removed by them to the district court, which means federal court of the United States, right? And it says here, if you're suing the United States, any agency thereof, or any officer, right? But if you go down, it's state court, definition of state court. And this is where I just blew the hair off these DOJ attorneys, right? The term state court includes the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, a court of a United States territory or insular possession, and a tribal court.
Amazing.
State of California has nothing to do with these definitions, and thus state of California wouldn't be classified as a state court. So thus 28 USC 1442, because the original case started in state of California, they can't do it. It's fraudulent. So it's a beautiful thing to know when you start to understand these two different exclusive jurisdictions, right? So there's actually 49 jurisdictions in America. There's the 48 individual states that doesn't include Hawaii and Alaska. And then the 49th jurisdiction is a completely different jurisdiction, which is the District of Columbia. And then you think to yourself, oh, well, what about Guam, Puerto Rico? No, those are actually possessions. Those are not sovereign states. They are literally like owned property. Like if someone bought an island with cash.
Yeah.
So the District of Columbia is a country. It is a sovereign nation. It is a state. There's a whole website, make Washington, D.C., the 51st state. They've been trying to do this forever. And this is just done, I assume, just to try to confuse people. State of Washington, D.C., 51st state. They've been trying to do this forever. Paths to statehood. This whole website, these people have no clue. But the thing is, you start reading the FAQ and they totally know. They totally know. Because look at this one. This one really blew my hair out of my head. If DC becomes the 51st state, what will happen to the federal seat of government monuments, and museums, the federal seat of government. Where did we see that before? 4 U.S.C. 71. All that part of the territory of the United States, included within the present limits of the District of Columbia, shall be the permanent seat of government of the United States. So they're saying if DC becomes a state, what happens to United States? And this first few words just really, really creep me out. This area is unpopulated.
Yep.
This area is unpopulated. Will be clearly mapped and will remain in place under federal jurisdiction as the District of Columbia.
Wow.
That doesn't even make sense.
Wild.
So this is just goofiness. I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know why they're doing this. I don't know what they're trying to pull, or maybe they're just confused. I don't know. Who knows? But the thing is that United States and California are two entirely different countries.
Brandon, quick question here. What exactly is the United States of America? And is Donald Trump the president of the United States or of the United States of America?
Donald Trump is the president of the United States. So the areas in which Donald Trump is the president of includes Guam, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, District of Columbia. So it's the District of Columbia and all of its possessions. If you want the easiest and fastest way of saying that, right?
Yeah.
Now at this point, we can get into the franchise, right? So we have how many constitutions
Perfect segue.
are there for state of California, right? Yeah. The answer is 2, right? So a constitution by definition, you only have one constitution for one state. When you start going down that rabbit hole, that's how it works. So what that means is there's 2 versions of California, okay? The first version came when the state was first introduced into the union, which you can go down that rabbit hole. It's pretty cool because I'm here. So I went down that rabbit hole pretty good. 1849, I couldn't find the original Constitution anywhere online. All I could find was pictures of the original handwritten parchment version on the state of California, website, the main website, right? Which doesn't help me because I can't read the goddamn thing because it's in, old parchment cursive. And I started trying to read it and it was just really, really difficult. So what did I do? I went down to the local law library, and the very, very helpful librarians helped me to find a printed text version. And I decided to go ahead and upload it to my website because you can't really find it anywhere else. I looked all over the internet. I couldn't find it anywhere. So if we go to California, let's see here. Give me just a second. We'll find this.
While you're looking, I highly recommend everyone to go through all of Brandon's websites. I printed off everything and read it and highlighted, and it's a wealth of mind-blowing information, and I know Mark's been through it as well, so highly recommend visiting those.
Yeah, thank you. So this is my personal copy that I scanned and uploaded to my website. This is the original Constitution of 1849. You can't find it online, so it's a great find. I did read the whole thing. I do have it on my counter over here. People talk about the U.S. Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution, and people don't realize your state constitution is very powerful. Very, very. I would, depending on the circumstances, I'd go so far as to say when it comes to your own rights and your own ability to operate, I'd say your state constitution is actually even more important. But most people don't even know which one to look at. So the amount of confusion is just what it is. But all you got to do to figure this out is very simple. All you got to do is just, where did we go here? We were missing where did we go here? Here we go. So this is obvious because you have the 14th Amendment was 1871. So what did they do? They just created a second version after the 14th Amendment. Right? So what is that second area, right? So if we go, I'm not sure about all this. This is kind of a new rabbit hole for me. When was the Capitol building in California gifted to the federal government. Let's see what this says. 1931. So that wouldn't match, right? California state capital. Let's see. What do we got? You're just kind of seeing kind of how I do this, right? So okay, interesting. Here we go. Here's a good connecting point. So the structure was completed between 1860 and 1874. And then boom, right after 1874, we have the creation of an entirely new constitution, right? So what it is basically there's two Californias. There's California and then there's state of California, right? So state of California is referring to this land located within Sacramento, California. Like for example, if you go onto my website, I have a link to the Dun and Bradstreet for state of California. It's literally in the D&B business directory. It's a fucking business.
Yep.
Where's the address of this business? State capital, Sacramento, California, 95814, United States. So what does that mean? So what you would do is you would go online and you would do a land pull. You'd go on like the BLM GLO lookup. I don't know if you'd look here. Actually, you probably wouldn't look here. This is the land patent records. This is really cool. Actually, you can go
allodial title, right?
Yeah, you can go in here and let's say you want to look up your own property. There's a presidential decree called a land patent. And if you go, let's say we go to Clay County in Alabama, search patents, and you find your property and you click this image over here, for no cost. And in 5 minutes, you can get yourself a PDF copy of the original presidential land patent. And then what you do is there's a process that you can do to take this and actually make it active currently and get rid of all the quitclaim deeds and everything that are currently on the property. And this is how you can actually patent your own property and become a property tax exempt. Because you think to yourself, oh, U.S. citizen, that's for property tax too, right? No, it's a different process for that. You would get these original, this is the original, and you can go down, you can see it's handwritten, and you can go all the way down to the bottom, and you can see here it was signed by the President of the United States, which at that time was Martin Van Buren, it looks like. I don't never heard that name before. Van Buren. Which president was he?
I don't know, 12th or something.
The 8th president of the United States, serving from 1837 to 1841. So this is Alabama this is a really, really old land patent, right? And if you want to order certified copies of this to use legally, you just click here, and I think it's like a few dollars to get certified copies mailed to your home, right?
Does this process take your property out of the United States?
Yes.
Okay.
This is your property will become essentially its own nation at that point. You wouldn't have property taxes. You wouldn't have. If anyone goes on your property, you can legally murder them. I'm actually not kidding. You could actually shoot them in the head. Now, if you shot at them and they weren't standing on your metes and bounds of your property line, that would be an international act of terrorism. If they step 1 foot onto your property and you shoot them in the head with a shotgun and their head explodes like the movies, there'd be no legal repercussions at all whatsoever.
Question, Brandon, what happens if a property since 20 has been cut up and now you live on a piece of property that's a fraction of the size of this original one that was signed by the president or whatever? How does that work? Do you have
that gets pretty hairy. You can actually take the land patent and you can actually forcibly legally take over your neighbor's properties.
Wow.
So it goes deeper. It gets pretty crazy real fast. But go ahead and try that, and someone's gonna kill you while you're sleeping. So that's a natural. That's the beauty of common law. We don't need all this crazy statute and everything. Common law is go ahead Go ahead and file that land patent and steal your neighbor's property, and we'll see what happens.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't think you'll be long for this world. Okay. I don't think the courts need to get involved in that one. So going back to this, we're starting to piece these things together. This is circumstantial evidence, obviously, right? But we have this thing, 1874, right? And then we saw that. So what I would do is pull and I haven't done this yet, I should do this, pull the actual metes and bounds of the property located at this property. So this green area, maybe that's the property line, maybe it's not. I want the legal property line. Let's say, for example, this green area is the legal property line for the state capital. If that's the case, this is the location of the nation called State of California. And then California would be everything else that we think of as California. The problem is when you sign up for voter registration, you're not saying that you live in California. You're saying that you live in State of California, which is this zone. So basically, California is more than 99% of everyone who is supposedly lives in California. Legally, they live in this little square.
And this is where contracts come in, because you contract into the state of California. You
told them, yeah. So if we start getting into that, that comes from 8 USC 1101 subsection A23. This is how do you get someplace? Because you got to think. The definition of the word person, which shockingly we haven't even got into yet, maybe we should get into that for just a moment, because you have to understand the definition of the word person in order to understand all of this craziness. It's all craziness, right? People are sitting here watching this being like, this is all horseshit, right? It is horseshit. And if more people knew about it, people would be doing something about it. And that's why I don't teach all this because I want it to be this way. I teach all this because I know that when the average American learns all this shit, they're going to be fucking pissed. And we got a lot of pissed off Americans. This shit ain't going to fucking last much longer, brother. I'm working myself out of a job. That's what I do, right? So what's the definition of the word person? The term person shall be construed to mean and include an individual, a trust, estate, partnership, association, company, or corporation, right? So the word person includes fictional legal entities. So you got to think to yourself, all of the law has to cater to the fact that persons are also fictional made up things. So they had to create this fictional made up state of California, right? And the thing is it's like a business. How can you say to yourself, oh, my business is in California? Okay, that's only because you have a physical location. But what if you're an e-commerce company? Think about that.
Yeah.
And you got to think, e-commerce companies, I work for Williams & Williams law firm, doesn't have a physical location. I don't have an office. So when I say Williams & Williams law firms in California, which I don't say, by the way, how can anyone prove that? How can anyone prove or disprove that? It's a physical impossibility. As we've moved more and more into this digital age, it's become more and more impossible to say that a business is in a particular location. It's not, right? A business is just an idea. But what people don't realize is it's been this way for well over 100 years, way before people think like, oh, this must have changed after the internet because now we have all these digital companies that don't have a physical location and they wanted to make it to where, no, it's been this way forever. It's been this way forever. It's been this way for ages. And the reason why is because the definition of the word person includes these things that don't have a location in the physical world. So we go to a naturalization and we learn, how does a person get located? And it's one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever found in my entire life. And it makes a lot of sense to a lot of things that are really confusing. The term naturalization means the conferring of nationality of a state upon a person after birth by any means whatsoever. So what does that mean? You or any of your businesses or any of your trusts or anything are simply wherever you say they are.
Yep.
That is how things are located. So when you say you are a resident, which the definition of resident means somebody who's in an area temporarily for some sort of business or recreational purpose. It's actually not even your permanent location where you will actually live. The word domicile is the legal term. So you say you're a resident, which often can be construed legally to mean employee. When you go into work, you're a resident of where you work because you go home at the end of the day or at the end of the week to your domicile.
Domicile, yeah.
So if I say I'm a resident of state of California, that means I'm temporarily here for some sort of business or recreational purpose. And then state of California means this place, which I think I closed the window out already. I know here it is. This place. And because you work for the government, when you say you're a resident of state of California, that's why you have to pay state taxes.
Brandon, you really opened my eyes to this, because what I did and what I think most entrepreneurs and most people do is they set up an LLC in state of California.
Correct.
And what they're doing is creating a person.
Correct.
That they're naturalizing into California. So they voluntarily contract to pay state income taxes, when what I'm doing now and what they could do as well is set up a person, a trust, an entity that is foreign to the United States, therefore doesn't earn income in the United States, therefore doesn't even have to file taxes.
That is absolutely correct.
Yep.
Mind blowing.
Because you aren't the one getting that money. It's that person that's getting that money. And depending on where you put that, it's like a playing piece that you could put anywhere.
At any time.
They've tricked you to creating these specific types of pieces and always placing those particular pieces in these particular locations, right? So the thing is that another thing that's really shocking to people is the term U.S. citizen. So if persons include legal fictions and legal fictions have a nationality, that means that legal fictions can be U.S. citizens. And that was really shocking too. We have the definition of a U.S. citizen all the way down here at 42 USC 9102 subsection 18. And we go into subsection C. This is pretty shocking for people too. Any corporation, partnership, association, or other entity organized or existing under the laws of the United States or of any state. And by the way, they write that on purpose to be really tricky. They make you think that when you see the word state, that means the 48 states of the Union. If you look, the word state is capitalized, and it's not the beginning of a sentence. They capitalize the word, and it's a special definition that's referring to one of the U.S. territories or insular possessions.
Amazing.
If you click on state, it means each of the several states, the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, American Samoa, the United States Virgin Islands, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and any other Commonwealth territory or possession over which the United States has jurisdiction. And you see to yourself, well, hold on a second, Brandon, this is confusing because they're trying to make Washington, D.C. the 51st state. So how the fuck can District of Columbia be a state when they have a motherfucking whole website that says that it's not a state? And the reason why is because they aren't talking about the 48 states of the Union at all. They're talking only and exclusively about the United States, which is the District of Columbia and its U.S. territories and insular possessions. And then they use the word includes. They use the word, it means each of the several states. This is another thing. So the term several states was used very, very often back in the day in the early part of our nation to refer to the actual states, all of the little ones, Vermont, Massachusetts, all those. So if you go way back to that time period, they use this term several states, but they don't capitalize the word S.
Yeah.
So all they did was they capitalized the word S. They use that same terminology to fool people. They aren't talking about any of the states of the Union because it says here, any territory, possession over which the United States has jurisdiction. They don't have any jurisdiction over the 48 states of the Union, which has already been covered in Caja versus US, which is a case from like 1891. It's never been overturned. This is the world we live in. So when you're reading this stuff, right, it's absolutely crazy because what they're saying here is any corporation, partnership, association, or other entity organized or existing under the laws of the United States or any U.S. territory or insular possession, which has as its president or other executive officer or as its chairman of the board of directors or holder or similar office an individual who is a United States citizen and who has no more than blah, blah, blah. So if you say you are a U.S. citizen, and you have a corporation, trust, association, or other entity, and you are a chairman or holder or whatever, then that business itself is a United States citizen as a person. There's two United States citizens. There's you as a United States citizen, and so what does this mean in English? If you say you're a U.S. citizen, all your businesses are actually the District of Columbia's businesses. So how does the IRS get into your bank account whenever they want? Because you didn't pay a bill? Because it's not your business. It's their business. That's why you have to report taxes. That's why you have to have a withholding officer. And they come in and they'll bust you if you don't, because you told them you're a U.S. citizen. So that means your business, the business that you think is yours is not yours. It's theirs.
So Brandon, is this a good point to segue into the all caps name as a U.S. citizen entity?
Yeah. So if we go back to the breakdown of all this stuff, if we close out some of these windows here and we go back to the flow chart that I've made, right? We have this thing that basically was created, right, called the sole proprietorship, right? So what is a sole proprietorship? And we can go straight to the IRS website to learn about what that is, right? So a sole proprietor is somebody who owns an unincorporated business by themselves. Now, what they say that if you use your name and you don't have anything attached to it, like Brandon Joe Williams painting, wouldn't necessarily be a sole proprietorship, right? But when you do business with just by using your name, just by itself, they consider that to be a sole proprietorship. Then you look up the definition of a sole proprietorship. It's an unincorporated business. So you got to ask yourself, and no one's ever asked this question, bro. I've never seen it in any court case ever. I've studied a lot of court cases about sole proprietorships. Where in the flying fuck did this business come from? Your name is a business. They're telling you right here, it's a business. Where in the fuck did this business come from? It's unincorporated. I never opened a business of myself in all capital letters. Who opened it? Where did it come from? Who filled out the paperwork?
Even in their definition, they show that it's two entities. It's you and a business entity. So it's two different persons.
You're considered the owner of the sole proprietorship. You start looking into case law on this and court cases. They say owner and sole proprietorship. It's two different persons. Okay. But again, if anyone sues me in my name, we're going to go straight to discovery. And the first question, I'm going to break the table in half, pounding it so fucking hard. Where the fuck did this thing come from?
Yeah, great question.
It's a presumption too. So I'm gonna throw that presumption across the table. You need to prove where in the fuck did this thing come from? Good luck. You're never going to, if you start digging into that, people are going to stop you from digging into that. And if you dig into that and try putting it on a docket, someone's going to stop that docket item from going into that court case. So you ask that question, the court case goes bye-bye instantaneously. Where did this thing come from? Well, my personal theory on this is circumstantial, but we have this. Is the articles of incorporation the birth certificate, because it's a person, birth certificate of a corporation? Yes. The articles of incorporation are considered the birth certificate of a corporation. Okay. So what if we reverse engineered the same question? Is my birth certificate a articles of incorporation for a business? No, you conspiracy theorist.
Right.
Okay, fine. I think it is. I think it is, because this thing came from somewhere. So where did it come from? If an articles of incorporation is the birth certificate for a business, you just reverse engineer that same question and you get the answer to the question. Where the fuck did this thing come from? That to me, this is the answer. The birth certificate is an articles of incorporation for a sole proprietorship.
So the United States, sets up a corporation, a sole proprietorship, with the same name as you when you're born, and they presume that you will act as that. And so here's the functional question is, how do I separate myself from this all caps entity that is a US citizen?
Easiest thing in the world, it's just a business. Same thing as if you were confused and you thought you were Starbucks. If we go to the SS4 form, this is the form to get an employer identification number. If we go to the SS4 form, it tells us something very, very shocking. Type of entity, sole proprietor. Guess what the tax identification number is for the person of which is the sole proprietorship?
Your social security number.
Your social security number. So what is the social security number? Yes, it's an account. It literally the old cards. If you go to 1936 social security card, this is pretty shocking. If you look at the old, this is the very, very, very first version. They were very quick to change these, by the way. I got asked too many questions. It says account number and then employee's signature.
Yep.
Wow.
They swapped these real fucking fast. This was the very, very, very first version of these.
And isn't there a QSIP number on the back?
Yeah, I have circumstantial evidence for a lot of that kind of stuff. I'm not going to get into all that because I'm trying to just stay within the realms of what's kind of more, I've been in litigation for a while, so I kind of think that way these days, right? So what are they saying? They're saying that there's an account number here, and they're saying that it has something to do with an employee, and then over here we connect this information. It's the tax identification number for this other person. And then we type in like a social security card. If you look at pictures of all the newer ones, it says right on the back, you don't own this. It's not yours. You ever seen that? If you look on the back of your social security card, let me see if I can find a.
But
I just ordered a new one.
That would make sense because you're the agent for that entity. You don't own it.
Yeah. Let me see if I can zoom in. Here we go. So this is the terminology, and then this is that bond number you were talking about, which I've gone down that rabbit hole. I haven't really successfully done a whole lot with it, but this is from 1988. This card is the property of the Social Security Administration and must be returned upon request. So, so you got to think it has something to do with a person. That person is a business. We've already proved that. That business came from somewhere. We can't figure out where, but Brandon has a theory as to where it may have come from. That we've proven without beyond a reasonable doubt. The tax identification number of that business / person is the Social Security number. That makes sense. I didn't make the damn thing. I don't know where the goddamn thing came from, so I don't own it. And we see that here. So we're starting to piece this together, right? You have a business. You have a business, and you got to think, if we go back to Title 8 USC 1101, it gets crazy because we start looking at the definition of the word person, right, from Title 8. And this is all about getting passports and stuff like that too, right? If we go down to the definition, I think it's B6 or something. We're going to find it here. I'm going to click on this. B3, 8 USC 1101, subsection B3. The term person means an individual or an organization. So wait a second, Brandon. Are you telling me an organization can get a passport? Definitely. In fact, your passport that you have is for an organization called a sole proprietorship. That's why they ask for the Social Security number on the DS-11 form. You are the agent on behalf of a sole proprietorship. The sole proprietorship is what has things like passports and driver's licenses. People say driver's licenses are unconstitutional. They are. That's why you don't have it. They got around the Constitution by creating a sole proprietorship. Yeah. That's how they got around the Constitution. Driver's licenses are completely constitutional because they aren't given to men or women of the Union as described by Freeman Samuel Miller in the Slaughterhouse cases of 1873. They're given to these businesses, which are U.S. citizens. There's nothing unconstitutional about that at all whatsoever. Taxation is unconstitutional. No, it's not. Not one bit. You aren't the one paying any tax. They aren't directly taxing you. That would be illegal and unconstitutional. They are taxing a sole proprietorship and hoping that you'll behave as though you are it, which most people do.
This is so important. And Brandon, so many people, like I've gotten so confused in this process because people complicate what this entity is and they try to claim it or get rid of it. And really, when you realize it's a sole proprietorship that you can sign as the agent for when you want to and not when you don't want to, then you can sign it and really limit your liability by endorsing it in the way that you talk about, right?
That's
endorsing
correct.
anything, any contracts.
You've got a business. You've got a business. It's that simple. You've got a business. And the sole proprietorship is a very unique type of business. The owner and the sole proprietorship are considered kind of like the same person in law. You can look up tax cases where the IRS or whatever is suing a sole proprietorship, and the owner of the sole proprietorship takes the Fifth Amendment, and he says that he didn't have to disclose tax information to the IRS because he has a Fifth Amendment right through the sole proprietorship. And the courts actually found that to be correct. So there's actually some pretty crazy case law behind this. So you can actually operate pretty much as though you are the sole proprietorship, and the courts will allow that. But on the flip side, you also have to make sure that it's very clear that there's two separate persons there. Otherwise, if you say you are the sole proprietorship, which is what people do, and you never make that distinction, then they can say they're picking up the sole proprietorship and putting it in a jail cell, and it's you, because you don't have any rights as a sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship is a U.S. citizen. It's a released black Negro slave after the Civil War that was released from involuntary servitude but could not attain citizenship. That is essentially how the sole proprietorship's class, if the sole proprietorship is a person, that person, you could imagine a picture of that person as a black man who has broken chains and is just like looking around, like really lost as to what's going on and where he is. That's what the sole proprietorship is.
So Brandon, quick question for you then. You've got the sole proprietorship, or all caps name, or what we call ens legis, all kind of the same thing, which is not you, it's your entity that's a business. and then you've got your flesh and blood. Can you have both of those at the same time? Can you operate having, Social Security benefits, U.S. citizen benefits under the District of Columbia, and then also satisfy this whole other side where you are a non-resident alien? Can you do both at the same time?
Yeah, you have two persons.
Right.
You have two persons, right? So you are the one who determines which one is the one who has the bank accounts.
Yes.
Which one is the one that is collecting what you would consider income, which that's a hilarious term. Income, income doesn't really exist. That's a whole nother conversation. But the whole idea here, let's look at the definition of the word organization from Title 8. This is involving nationality, right? This is interesting because this completes the circle as to all of this information, because most of the time when you look at the word person, it's very specific, a corporation, a trust, a partnership, a company, right? It's all incorporated elements. But the definition of the word person in Title 8 includes organizations. Organization means, but is not limited to, an organization, corporation, company, partnership, association, trust, foundation, or fund, and includes a group of persons. Look at this. This is the big dog right here. Whether or not incorporated. Let's go back to that definition of a sole proprietor from the IRS website. A sole proprietor is somebody who owns an unincorporated business by themselves. So this gets even crazier, because the definition of the term sole proprietorship by itself, because it's unincorporated, you could say it's not actually a person in the tax code. I wouldn't do that, but you could do that, right? But Title 8, nationality, is very, very careful to make sure that they specifically allow unincorporated organizations, which to me is kind of an oxymoron. I think if you were to bring any of this up, I don't even think the courts even know how to have this. I don't think this argument's ever been brought since 1776, personally. I've never seen it. So the thing is, you got to realize that they're specifically saying that unincorporated businesses even are considered persons. And that makes even more sense for the passport. Because what is a passport issued to? An individual or an organization. And you say to yourself, oh, Brandon, an individual means a man or a woman, right? No, it doesn't. An individual is a shortening for individual proprietorship, which used to be a term. And then that term became sole proprietor. The term individual and the term sole proprietorship mean the same thing. So if you reread the definition of the word person, an individual or an organization, the actual definition in English is a sole proprietorship or an organization. That's why you never see your name spelled any other way except in capital letters on everything.
That's right.
The word and the reason why the word person cannot possibly include you as a man or a woman is because all this stuff is all unconstitutional. Duh. They can't do it. So their solution was create a business with the name, and then we're going to attach all this stuff to the business, and now it's not unconstitutional anymore. And they're exactly 100% correct. and you can see that in what was I going to show you? The term organization, unconstitutional, business. Oh, geez, I just lost my train of thought. But this is how this all works. This all works is you're given a business. The business has the same name as you. You've been confused, and then you wonder where your rights went. And you identified with this business, and then the business does not have the rights of a man or a woman. So that is basically the simplicity of what occurred. Oh, I know. The Commerce Clause. So all this comes down to the Commerce Clause. The Commerce Clause is basically the Rome of 2025, right? The Commerce Clause gives Congress the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations, among the states, and with Indian tribes, right? So plenary power is the term used to describe where does Congress have power over. Complete power over a particular area with no limitations. This term is often used to describe the commerce power of Congress. Under the Commerce Clause, Congress is granted full power over interstate commerce. The court has found that states are not able to pass laws affecting interstate commerce without the permission of Congress. So basically what happened was Congress only has exclusive jurisdiction in the District of Columbia and in the U.S. territories and stuff, but they can also reach out to the states as long as there's some kind of interstate commerce occurring. That's why they decided to create a business, because the business now opens the door for commerce and commercial activity, and then bam, now they can grab jurisdiction over it, right? Same thing with the word motor vehicle. The word motor vehicle actually means a vehicle that's actually currently involved in transporting persons or property or cargo for some sort of fee, rate, charge, or other consideration. For example, if we go to the word driver in 49 CFR 390.5T, we're going to look up the word driver. You have a driver's license. The definition of the word driver is any person, which that should already be setting off bells in your head, because that definition does include companies, corporations, trusts, organizations, who operates any commercial motor vehicle. So a driver's license is a license to do interstate commerce. Now that you've told them you're involved in interstate commerce, now Congress, which normally would only have an exclusive jurisdiction over the United States, which means the District of Columbia and its U.S. territories and insular possessions, you told them you're involved in interstate commerce. That's how the District of Columbia got jurisdiction over your ability to transport yourself in what's called a motor vehicle, or if it's not a motor vehicle, it's called an automobile, and this is still true even to today. State of California definitions of automobile. And I swear to God, they're going to take down this website one day because of all my shit. I bring this up all the time. So you go right to the State of California website. You can see with your own eyes. This is not freemanoftheland.net. Okay. This is the State of California DMV website. Automobile is a passenger vehicle that does not transport persons for hire. A commercial vehicle is a vehicle which is used or maintained for the transportation of persons for hire, compensation, or profit, or designed, used, or maintained primarily for the transportation of property, for example, trucks and pickups. It's two entirely different classes. If you have an automobile and you take that automobile to the DMV to register that automobile, it converts the automobile to a motor vehicle. It wasn't a motor vehicle until you converted it.
So that
are you guys getting this? I'm talking to the audience now, because what Brandon is showing you, and he's showing you in a very methodical way, is that everything that you think you know is not so. And you have to look underneath, and it takes guys like Brandon Williams to go underneath and say, hey, what's the story behind with the story? Because we've been taught a story and it's surrounded by fear. We think we need a driver's license. Are we operating in commerce? No. So we don't need a driver's license, but we submit ourselves to having to be licensed to do this, having to pay taxes, which I want to go to soon. And even if you are transporting persons or property for some sort of fee, rate, charge, or any other consideration, in order for Congress, which means the whole government really, yes, to have any jurisdiction over that, and in order for that to be classified as a motor vehicle, it has to be interstate commerce. What does that mean? You have to cross state lines. Yes.
If you're in California and you're a chauffeur and you're Ubering within the territorial boundaries of Los Angeles, you don't need a driver's license.
That's interesting.
If you take an Uber rider from LA to Las Vegas, you need a driver's license.
Wow.
So if I was driving for Uber, they'll never allow this in a million years. I would totally I would do all this with Uber just to have an opportunity to sue them because I'll win and make a bunch of money because they're idiots. But if I was an Uber driver and I didn't have a driver's license and it popped up and it said, hey, this guy wants to go, let's say I lived on the border somewhere of Arizona. And it was like a lot of the people that wanted to get rides from me in Uber because it's, just a few miles down the road to go to Arizona, they're going back and forth from what would be considered Arizona and California, whatever. I would just never take those people because if I were to take that person over that state line, it would be legally interstate commerce. At that point, it would fall under the Commerce Clause. At that point, it would fall under Congress, and Congress can tell you if you have to have a driver's license in order to drive. So at that point, you would be within the jurisdiction of them telling you that. So as long as you don't transport persons or property for some sort of fee, rate, charge, or other consideration over state lines, you don't need a driver's license. Now, if you're in the District of Columbia or Guam or Puerto Rico or American Samoa, you would need a driver's license.
Yep. So that's a good setup. It's a good model that we submit ourselves to something for a driver's license. What about taxes? Are we submitting ourselves to pay taxes because we submit ourselves to the IRS or the District of Columbia, which we think is our definition of the United States?
Of course. W-9 form. Everybody fills one of these out. Under penalties of perjury, I certify that. Point number 3, I am a U.S. citizen or other U.S. person.
There it is.
Defined below. Signature of U.S. person. Now I want to really blow up some heads here. I've had some people try to give me W-9s and I laugh really, really hard in their face because if I sign a W-9, this is what's going to happen. 18 U.S.C. 911. Whoever falsely and willfully represents himself to be a citizen of the United States shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. So if anybody places one of these in front of me, I always ask them, I go, are you trying to get me to go to prison for up to 3 years? What are you trying to do? And they look at me like I'm crazy. And I show them 18 U.S.C. 901. I said, I'm not a U.S. citizen or other U.S. person. If you think I'm going to sign this and put myself up to 3 years in prison, you're crazy. You're absolutely fucking nuts. So if we go down to U.S. person, it says here, certification, I am a U.S. citizen or other U.S. person defined below. Okay, defined below. So let's take a look and see if we can find this elusive definition of U.S. person. I haven't looked down here in a long time. Oh, sole proprietor's right here. Look at that. Enter your individual name as shown, right? So the word individual means sole proprietor. I didn't get into that. You'll see, like, for example, the word person in the tax code is an individual, an estate, a partnership, an association, right? People think the word individual means them, which I did for a long time too. That's not what it means. It means sole proprietorship. The word individual means sole proprietorship. Natural person, the term natural person also means the sole proprietorship. Everything means sole proprietorship.
So Brandon, how do we contract? How do we sign these contracts in a way that limits our liability? So if I work for Starbucks and I was signing a contract on behalf of Starbucks, I wouldn't have the liability of Starbucks. But somehow when people are signing these documents with the IRS, they're getting the liability of their sole proprietorship. How do we separate ourselves from that liability?
Well, I can go over that in a moment. So definition of a U.S. person. For federal tax purposes, you are considered a U.S. person if you are a sole proprietorship who is a U.S. citizen or U.S. resident alien, a partnership, corporation, company, or association created or organized in the United States, which means the District of Columbia, or under the laws of the District of Columbia, an estate other than a foreign estate, which would mean anything outside of the District of Columbia or a U.S. territory or possession. So, for example, if you created a business in state of California, that gets complicated because that's actually the business. You're creating a business underneath the business, and that business happens to be a federal business. But the thing is that they don't want anyone to know that. So you could start to do crazy shit and it'll work, because the thing is, they don't want to let anyone say that as a defense. So there's a lot of crazy shit you can do, but then we have a domestic trust. A foreign trust would not be a U.S. person. A foreign estate would not be a U.S. person. A corporation, company, partnership, association that wasn't created under the laws of the District of Columbia wouldn't be a U.S. person. And a sole proprietorship who's not a U.S. citizen wouldn't be a U.S. person. And what's a U.S. citizen? Under the 14th Amendment. It's a released slave that doesn't have citizenship that needs citizenship. It does not include white people. Literally straight up. Does not include white people. White people cannot be U.S. citizens.
I love it.
So if you're a white person and you say you're a U.S. citizen, guess what, brother? You're going to fucking prison for up to 3 years. Now, the problem is that, people watching this might be kind of scared. Oh, shit, I've been saying U.S. citizen. Yeah, but this is the word that saves you. Willfully. So if you're watching this show and you continue to say that you are a U.S. citizen as a white person, you are now willfully misrepresenting yourself. Now you're committing a felony. So I have released you from your bondage, but at the same time, I've placed you into a different kind of bondage, because now, if you're watching this show, I have activated 18 U.S.C. 911 in your life. And if you continue to say that you are a U.S. citizen, you are putting yourself up to 3 years in prison. You'll never, ever, ever in a billion years ever be prosecuted for this. They would never, ever, 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 ever do that, because they don't want anyone knowing any of this information. But I like to say this because I think it's important for people. Most people are honest people. And if they don't want to be someone set up as a felon, you're set up as a felon. So if I were to sign one of these W-9s, I'd be a felon. Am I ever going to get prosecuted for it? No, but I'm a felon. In my mind, I'm basically a felon that hasn't been prosecuted yet.
So Brandon, we've signed all these documents. How do we get out of these agreements that we've tacitly signed over the years? Because now we know about them and we don't want to willfully commit any kind of fraud. So how do we get out of these agreements?
Well, I doubt we should even get into this, because your audience, being older and wealthy, are probably not working in a 9-to-5 job. But the answer to a 9-to-5 job situation would be the W-8BEN. This is for foreign sole proprietorships. If you're in California, you're foreign to United States. So you're a foreign beneficial owner of whatever work that you're doing at whatever job. You would give your job this W-8BEN form, and I teach you how to fill this out on my free Contract Killer course. But the answer for your audience, your demographic, is totally different than that. The answer for your demographic would be literally just a change of address form, basically, right? Actually, the better choice actually wouldn't be this form. Actually, the better choice would be to convert all of your businesses, companies, corporations, associations, and partnerships into foreign trusts. Just like Nick was saying earlier on the show. I don't know if we were saying that off camera or on camera, Nick. But the correct, so the original trust indenture is the birth certificate of the trust. The grantor is the one who writes the trust. The grantor decides the birthplace of the person called the trust, and then it's given to a trustee, and then the trustee can naturalize that trust from the birthplace anywhere they want at any point in time by any means whatsoever. Again, 8 U.S.C. 1101. Now, and again, we're starting to get into international law now at this point. So we have to just take a little bit of a breather here, because the thing is that if it's born in some other country, because the grantor wrote the trust indenture to say that the articles of incorporation called the trust indenture was born in another country, this definition of the term naturalization coming from the U.S. code would only apply if if the trust was being naturalized into the United States. I assume, because I've studied a lot of international law, I would assume most places have a very similar definition to this, most countries, because this is based off of international law, right? The term naturalization means the conferring of nationality of a state upon a person after birth by any means whatsoever. The birth of a trust would be the trust indenture.
Okay. What about a revocation of election with the IRS, like filing a form that says, "Hey, I'm not under your jurisdiction anymore, and here are the laws." Well, you
I stopped
doing
doing those, and the reason why I stopped doing those is because of 26 USC 7701 subsection A39, which I will show you. I used to do those, and then I stopped doing those. If any citizen or resident of the United States does not reside in and is not found in any United States judicial district, such citizen or resident shall be treated as residing in the District of Columbia for purposes of any provision of this title, meaning the tax code, relating to jurisdiction of courts or enforcement of summons. So I used to do this thing called a revocation of election, which clarifies a lot of this information. The problem is the sole proprietorship was born in the United States. The sole proprietorship is a U.S. citizen. I can show you that based off of 42 USC 9102. We'll go back to the definition of United States citizen. Subsection A is the definition on that. Means any individual who is a citizen of the United States by law, birth, or naturalization. The word individual means sole proprietorship. Any sole proprietorship that is born in the District of Columbia, a U.S. insular possession or territory, is by definition a U.S. citizen. So no matter what you say, trying to move that U.S. citizen outside of the District of Columbia, when it comes to summons or jurisdiction of courts, it doesn't matter where that U.S. citizen is in the planet. It's still considered as though it's in the District of Columbia because it was created by the District of Columbia.
So, Brandon, the real remedy is to have a foreign trust where the money you make
have a foreign trust
is earned outside of the United States. This entity is born outside of the United States.
So the answer is simple. You've got this business. This business is basically stuck in DC forever. Just stop using it. If you create a foreign trust, you could create a foreign trust called Brandon Joe Williams.
Right.
That's what I did. And it gets crazier. You could create 400 trusts called Brandon Joe Williams. And then when the IRS calls you and they say, we want to talk to Brandon Joe Williams, there's 400 here. Which one you want to talk to? Well, there's 401. There's 401 of us. Which one do you want to talk to? Okay. That's an interesting tactic too. You can, the thing is that a lot of this is designed to confuse you. When you understand it, now you can turn around and you can use it as an offensive mechanism to confuse them. It doesn't cost you anything to open up 400 trusts. I mean, if you do it yourself, if you don't hire someone else to do it.
Right.
In my course, I teach you how to make a foreign trust from scratch. Make 400 foreign trusts and put them all over the world and call them all Brandon Joe Williams.
I love it.
And you can even naturalize them into Pickle Terrier, right?
Of course. You don't have to. You can create your own nation and you can naturalize them into your own nation. Mine are cool. Mine are actually born in my own nation. So the actual trust indenture, the birth of my trusts are my own personal private nation. So in order for them to go anywhere, in order for them to link up with or interact with the United States at all, they have to be naturalized. They have to be naturalized. You ask me, how do you naturalize it? You just draw up your own personal certificate of naturalization as a trustee. I hereby, as the trustee of this trust coming from the nation of the Amnesty Coalition, hereby naturalize the trust into California. So it's a foreign-born trust naturalized into California. The banks and everybody else think that that's part of the exclusive jurisdiction of the United States. It's not. It's still a sovereign nation.
Yes, it is.
So it's a sovereign nation, a manufactured sovereign nation, creating a trust and then naturalizing that trust into another sovereign nation. No one knows California is a sovereign nation. So you start talking like this, and lawyers just fucking run.
Oh, they can't handle it.
They run like worse than if you were a burning building, worse than a hooker with AIDS. They are. It's like Wile E. Coyote in the old cartoons when I was a kid. Wile E. Coyote. It's just the Roadrunner. You know, shoo, and you just see like the smoke outline of the body. That's how fast people go away from this shit when you start talking like this.
Amazing. So we've got a couple other subjects if you still got some energy left. One is negotiable instruments, and the other one is I'd like to kind of talk about your SBA trial, because I know that's your favorite one these days. I read all your Amex stuff, and I find it fascinating, and I actually find it amazing that they didn't treat you very well in that, and I want to hear like what you're planning on doing, and if you could talk about it.
All the cases are here on Williams and Williams. And basically the way it works is you just go to current and previous litigation page, and you can go down and you can see all the various cases. Now, the way it works is you go to what's called PACER.
Yes.
So PACER, people don't realize this. PACER, this is for all federal cases, and then state cases have a different system for each state you can get into. And you can create a login, and then you can type in case numbers, and you can look up any docket item for any case anywhere, including Wesley Snipes, celebrities, O.J. Simpson, whatever you want. As long as it hasn't been sealed or whatever, you can download the case documents for typically like 10 to 20 cents per page, right? Now, when it comes to federal cases, all the federal cases are here on PACER. Now, what I did was there's this thing called the Free Law Project. Right. And the Free Law Project, what they do is if you have it installed in your browser as a browser extension, it's called Recap, which is just PACER backwards. And you can even see that here on the Recap website. If you hover over Recap Archive, there's that little shadow that comes down and it says PACER underneath. It's kind of cool, right? Yeah. So what Court Listener is by the Free Law Project is basically it's as long as you have this extension in, if anyone buys the item in PACER, it's automatically crowdsourced for free for everyone else in Recap. So you can see here, buy on PACER, download PDF. So Recap is a resource where you can go on to Recap and you can look up docket items and you can read them without having to have a PACER account and without having to pay for the item. So you just click on download PDF and then you are instantaneously taken to the docket item.
Yep.
So Recap's super cool. I started converting everything over to Recap because I wanted to make everything more accessible for people. So all of my cases all have Recap links, and you're just going to go through here and you can read my personal remarks and you can read everything. And then you can go to the Recap. So for example, if you went down to the cases are obviously my personal cases are the ones that are the most exciting to people. So obviously those you can see every single item is blue all the way down. This one is just a text notice. This one doesn't even have you can see here text only. That doesn't even have an item associated with it. So you can't actually even buy this. This is just a placeholder. So you can see every single item except this one proposed order, it looks like, from a couple weeks ago. It looks like that's the only item. This is a text only as well. I don't think this one text only entry. So this one wouldn't have an item. And then this one, here's another proposed order. So two proposed orders by the DOJ attorneys are the only items on this entire docket that you would have to go into PACER, view on PACER, to get those if you wanted to see those. And it even tells you on Recap how much you're going to pay for those items. This item would be 20 cents. And this item would be 20 cents. Yeah. And if you have the Recap browser installed in your browser, when you buy those, then this would go from this to blue and it would be available for everyone from that point forward. It's pretty freaking cool.
Pretty cool.
I'm definitely a huge fan of the Law Project, the Free Law Project. I am a donator. $10 a month. That's not very much, but I am a monthly donator to the Free Law Project, specifically because I think what they're doing is so cool. And it makes all this stuff easy to access. The cost doesn't sound like much, but when you're looking through a docket, like for example, the Wesley Snipes trial, there's 600 docket items.
Yeah.
And it's 10 cents per page. So that's 600 docket items. And then each docket item on average may be, 10 pages. That's 6,000 pages of material at 10 cents per page. That adds up real fucking fast.
Yeah.
So if you want to do real deep dive research, Recap it will save you hundreds of dollars, and it is a very, very valuable resource. Okay. So with that said, I say we just get into the negotiable instruments, honestly.
Let's go. That's what everybody wants to hear. This is the Wealth
it.
Architect podcast. Let's go.
So this is the financial arm of all of my research. This is where all the stuff that I've taught you so far doesn't necessarily marry up to all this. It's almost kind of like an entirely separate research matrix. It does in some ways, but not really. It's kind of like its own separate world, I guess you'd say, kind of in general, right? So while it's really cool, and for this kind of a demographic, it's probably for taxation is probably the coolest part about it. But really the tax argument is just set up a foreign trust and then never file a tax return ever again. But you have to take the guy through the whole story to say something that simple and then not think you're crazy or a criminal or something. Right. Do you know what I mean? So we had to walk that line to get down to a one sentence answer to never pay taxes again for as long as you live. Oh, and then there is actually a part of the Internal Revenue Manual that actually says literally word for word. I guess I can actually show that real quick just to end off on that last section. Foreign entities / persons not required to file a U.S. tax return. 21.7.13.3.2.7.1, which was last updated in 2018. I've been using this for quite some time. Foreign corporations and individuals not. Oh, I'm so glad we looked here. This is going to be. I can't believe I spaced on one of the most important things in all of taxation. That's just going to. This right here is going to be the coolest. Okay, this whole show. Probably because of where your people are at, this is going to be the coolest thing in the whole show. Sorry, this is the coolest thing. Foreign corporations and individuals not engaged in a trade or business. Now, this is where your boys, your audience is going to get pissed off. You ready for this one?
Let's go.
So let's look at a 1040 form, right? 1040 form, right? It says the same terminology on the left-hand side. It says here trade or business, right? Where does it say it? Trade or business. Shit. Maybe it's the other one. Trade or business. You'll see this. Trade or business. Trade or business. Income. Dang. Maybe they changed this one too. Gosh dang it. They're changing all my stuff. All right,
in Schedule C. It's on the 1040.
Trade or business. Trade or business. Check this out. Trade or business, brother. What is the definition of trade or business? Oh, trade or business. Of course, trade or business. Trade or business. USC 26 USC 7701 subsection A26. What is the definition of the term trade or business? Includes the performance of the functions of a public office. So first and foremost, what's the definition of the word includes? They use that as another legal term to trick you.
Confusing.
Includes means only and exclusively the following items, not including anything else. Because you got to think the definition of the word definition means boundaries of meaning. So like, for example, let's say you ask me, Brennan, what is a fruit? And I say, well, a fruit would include bananas. You didn't fucking answer my question at all. But what you don't realize is the word includes, when you're talking about a legal definition, it means only and exclusively the following items. Same thing as what we saw in the definition of state court from 28 USC 1442. I believe it uses the word includes. Includes. The DOJ attorney on the phone was like, oh, it includes. That just means like additional things of which it could be. Yeah, but it doesn't that would make it not a definition. It wouldn't be a definition by definition at that point. Plus, you can't assume, because they're not saying state of California, that because it includes these things, but it also includes state of California. No, you fucking prick. It doesn't. If it included the state of California, it would be in the definition. Sure. They use this word includes all the time. It's very, very tricky. It's I call it a bar card special. This is a bar card special. The word includes, right? Includes. What is public office? It means a government employee. So read this in English. The term trade or business means only and exclusively the performance of the functions of being a government employee. So foreign corporations and individuals, which means sole proprietorships, not engaged in the performance of the functions of government office in the United States, which means the District of Columbia, U.S. territories, and insular possessions. So if you have a foreign corporation, would be a corporation in California.
Yep.
Which is not under the exclusive jurisdiction of the national government, right? So that's, and foreign partnerships, foreign trusts, and foreign estates that do not have gross income, which you're going to get into in a second. That's bullshit. That is or is treated as effectively connected with the conduct of a trade or business. Are required to obtain an EIN unless they otherwise have United States source income on which the tax liability was not. So what they're saying is the trade or business thing is really important, and then the United States thing is really important. And we go down here.
Well, Brandon, you can still have an EIN and not be required to file taxes, correct?
Yeah, those are typically 98s. So any EIN that starts with a 98 number is a foreign EIN number, but I get EINs literally issued. I put on there 123 Purple Monkey Lane, Pickle-Taria, the nation of the Amnesty Coalition. I put my own made up nation on the SS4 application for EIN numbers. They give me EINs, but they don't start with a 98. They start with the weird ass numbers. So I don't know. I think that rabbit hole's a little deeper than what people think it is, because I'm literally putting made up nations on there, and they're giving me EIN numbers, and they're not foreign. So I don't know what I think the 98s are exclusively foreign, and then other ones are, who knows? It's kind of a big occult sector, this whole EIN number.
I just got mine back, and I didn't specify what nation they were in. I just kind of left that open, but I mailed them in. And I didn't put my social security number. I didn't put anything on there. So I can say they're foreign, even if they didn't know that when I applied, because they didn't really ask.
They probably won't give you, did they give you EINs off that? They probably won't give you EINs off that. You're kidding me. No. Oh my God, that's crazy, man.
Yeah. So
because when I first started teaching all this, they locked everything down and they stopped giving EINs. And then recently I've been getting a lot of reports. They're giving EINs even looser than they were before I started all that. I don't know what happened. I think maybe this whole Trump tearing through everything like a bull in a china shop may have something to do with it. I don't know. But something's going on, because they tightened up their butthole really, really, really crazy for a while. And then now it's just like a fucking jungle out there now. I mean, they're not supposed to issue EINs in those. Really, they're not. I know the rules better than they do, and they shouldn't have issued those EINs.
I talked to them on the phone, and she said they wouldn't issue them if I didn't put a social security number on there. But I didn't put a social security number on there. I mailed them in, and I just put trust organization, and I didn't put any. Really, I left a lot of stuff blank. I signed as the trustee, and it took 4 to 6 weeks, but I got 2 of them sent back, and so I have two foreign trusts now. Yeah.
Now, just as a quick side note, the whole you have to have a social security number that's all false. It's literally right in the IRM. It tells you if there's no social security number, you write foreign with a capital F. I know that literally even capital F, you don't have to do capital F, but I remember the IRM says literally capital F, you write foreign, right? And I did that. I wrote foreign. I did it as per the IRM, and they denied me, and they said I had to have a social. I'm like, guys, it says right in the IRM, I don't need an SSN, and I can do foreign, right? But anyways, so technically, if you write nothing, they should be denying that and sending you back and saying that if you don't have an SSN, you're supposed to write foreign in that box. But because they don't know any of this either, so it's just crazy. Plus, if you don't write the nation that the thing is coming from, then how can it naturalize? Because in order for it to be naturalized, it has to be born. If it was born, it has to have some kind of originating location. So without an originating location, how can you prove that it's born? If you can't prove that it's born, you can't naturalize it, because the definition of naturalization after birth by any means whatsoever. So birth has to happen first before something can be moved and naturalized. So, but the thing is, nobody knows any of this.
Yep.
So you send some shit in, and it's just you're just rolling the dice every single time. You never know what you're going to get. But it's just hilarious to me. Literally, you know what I started doing? I started sending in docs. They get denied. I'd wait a week and just resend them. I started doing that with a lot of agencies. Send them in, they get denied. I'd wait a week, send them in, they get denied. I wait a week, send them in, they get approved. Crazy. But if you look on this, I'm getting some feedback, guys. Somebody.
Yeah, I don't know. All of a sudden the feedback started. It's weird.
I'm getting echo on my end. Okay, now I'm not. Okay, so this is it right here, right? If the foreign entities / individuals above receive a letter from the IRS soliciting the filing of a U.S. tax return, the foreign entity / individual should respond to the letter immediately by stating that it has no requirement to file any U.S. tax returns. This is basically like a little micro revocation of election, which we're not going to get into because I don't use it anymore. But this in itself, one sentence.
Yeah.
The foreign entity / individual should respond to the letter immediately by stating it. It could be one sentence. In accordance with 21, 7, 13, blah, 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 subsection 3, this entity / individual has no requirement to file any U.S. tax returns. Word by word. I would literally start here. I would copy here, paste it into the, I would even do quotations.
Yeah.
In accordance with IRM 21, 7, 13, blah, 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 subsection 3, this quote, entity / individual, end quote, quote, has no requirement to file any U.S. tax returns, end quote. You're not going to argue with that. It's your fucking words, motherfucker, not mine. I'm not trying to argue with you. And then below that, sincerely, agent Brandon Joe Williams, sign it, send it in, one sentence. Bang, bang, bang.
That's beautiful. That's just beautiful.
It doesn't tell you to say why. It doesn't say stating why it has no requirement to file U.S. tax returns. It just says stating that it has. You wouldn't say I have no requirement because it's foreign and because it's this and because of trade or business and because it's not in public office and because it's not in the United States because the United States is the exclusive jurisdiction of the District of Columbia, U.S. territories and possessions. No, you don't say any of that. You say it has no requirement to file any U.S. tax returns. Thank you. Sincerely, Brandon Joe Williams.
We got it.
Simplest thing in the world.
The other type of entity, Brandon, that is not required to file is a church or ministry. So that's something for your listeners to keep in mind as well.
Well, that depends on the structure. That depends on the structure. Like, for example, if you go down that rabbit hole, you're going to find what's called a corporation sole, which is another type of really unique a corporation that was created for the Pope and stuff like that. And that's The bottom line is a church can be a trust or it can be a corporation.
That's right.
For example, all the churches in the U.S. United States, as well as in the states of the Union, they're all filed as if they are in the U.S. And they're what's called 503c1. 503c1 is a church that's in the District of Columbia or a U.S. Territory or insular possession. So a 508c1a would be a trust that's foreign, that has nothing to do with. So there's two different types of church filing as well. And it still just comes down to the same. It's still the same thing. It's just a foreign trust versus a domestic trust, really. That's really all that matters. The whole church thing, and I'm going to create a church so I can be tax exempt. It's there's a whole rabbit hole to that, but there's still two types of church too. There's still the corporate church, it's plugged in. Now the way that would work is if it's the corporate church, it's plugged in, the 503c1. Now at that point, they're exempt only under 10 billion different rules of exemption. Whereas if they're a 508c1a, there are no rules because it's foreign. It's got nothing to do with anything. So if you want the complicated, long, convoluted route, you would create a church, and then it would be a 503c1, and then you would get some 503c1 accountant that knows all the rules, and then you would have special books and special this, and you'd have this, and the IRS can come and audit your books whenever they want, and you'd have these audited books and these non-audited books, and you'd set up this whole big elaborate scheme in order for it to be tax exempt, or you just simply open up a foreign trust and then you never need to file a tax return ever again, and it's over, and you don't need to follow any rules, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. So it's up to you. It's just that because everyone's so confused and nobody knows anything, and because accountants need to make money, this 503c1 thing is the biggest crock of shit on the planet. And you don't have to have a church. It can be non-religious or religious. As long as it's a foreign trust, it makes no fucking difference. If you want an added layer of security, you just call the trust ministry church or ministry trust. Brandon Joe Williams Ministries Trust. It's a foreign trust and it's a ministry. Now they're really not going to fucking want to have anything to do with it. You can double it up.
Love it.
Doesn't require you to do much of anything. What are you going to do? You're going to come and tell me what my religion is? What the fuck? Yeah. A government's going to tell me the definition of religion. Yeah, good luck with that one in a court of law. You see what I mean? You could say anything you want. You could worship fucking concrete sidewalks, whatever you want, So,
yep.
So getting into the negotiable instrument conversation, right? We have a Federal Reserve note, right? Federal Reserve note. You've seen one of these before. Federal Reserve note is Federal Reserve note, right? So we start going down the rabbit hole of what is money. And we start to think that, it's money. Nope. So Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution, no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payments of debts. Now, how did they get around this? This is really, really old. This is a capitalized S, but this is actually should be lowercase, but this is so old that there was no difference back then. So you have to do the whole historical thing to kind of figure all that out, right? This is all the way back at the very beginning, 1776. So what they're saying here is they're talking about the there wasn't even 50 states at that time. They're talking about just the states of the Union at that time. How many states were there when the Constitution was written? So what they're talking about is the 13 states.
13, right? Yeah.
So this quote is talking about 13 states. So if we were to take those 13 states, and what list of original 13 states that signed the Constitution? Let's get a list. Where's the list at? Here we go. So let's reread this in English. or this isn't even legalese. This is just old.
Mhm.
New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia shall not make anything but gold and silver coin a payment in a tender in payments of debts. And you say, is the District of Columbia included in that list? The answer is no.
Wow.
That's how they got around this. That's how they got around the Constitution, right? The District of Columbia has nothing to do with the Constitution, okay? And then we have the definition of money and usual and ordinary acceptation. It means gold, silver, and paper money or paper money used as a circulating medium of exchange and does not embrace notes, bonds, evidences of debt, or other personal or real estate. Does not embrace
Does not.
notes.
Crazy.
And what do we see on the Federal Reserve note? Federal Reserve note does not embrace notes. So that means the legal definition of the word money would not. So it's basically gold, silver coins, or silver certificates or gold certificates. So if we go back in the day, we had these things called silver certificates, and they look very similar. I have a bunch of them over here on my counter.
Yes, I have some.
There's also gold certificates. And what they say on them is they literally say right on them, can be exchanged for 1 ounce of gold, payable to on demand, right? So this certifies that there is on deposit in the Treasury of the United States of America $1. And then you look up the definition of the word dollar, the legal definition, and it's an exact and specific weight. Legal definition of dollar in terms of a silver coin is what weight? 371.25 grains. And this comes from the Coinage Act of 1792. So the word dollar, when it comes to a silver certificate, means 371.25 grains or 24.057 grams of fine silver, which I believe fine silver is defined as 0.999 or above. What is the definition of fine silver? Let's see here. 0.999. So 0.9. So the legal definition of a dollar in terms of silver is 24.057 grams of 0.999 or above silver. That is the exact specific definition. That would be the exact specific definition of the word money. So we're looking at a silver certificate. So what they're saying is this certifies that there is on deposit at the Treasury of the United States of America. This is payable to the bearer on demand, one coin, which happens to be a dollar, which would mean 24.57 grams of silver of the grade of 0.999 or above. That is the exact full contract of what one of these things was. And then for gold, it was the same thing, but it had a different weight to it. So what is the legal definition of dollar in terms of a gold coin weight? Fine silver, fine gold, 23.22 grains of fine gold.
Yeah.
And that's from 1834. I'm not sure if gold was standardized in 1792. It might have been just silver. I would need to go into this in more depth, but you're starting to get the actual.
I mean, the idea is it's precious metal or backed by precious metal.
Yeah, dollar. You wouldn't say this says $1. That's actually that's actually psychotic. And they must have redefined the word dollar, because this isn't a dollar. It can't be a dollar. It has nothing to do with the word dollar. And it isn't a dollar. It's a note. So
Brandon, why does that note say United States of America and not just the United States?
Well, that's the part I don't know, because if you go to UCC 9-307, which is talking about the debtor associated with the promissory note called the Federal Reserve note, and you go down to location of United States, the United States is located in the District of Columbia. So I have no idea. Because the Federal Reserve note has nothing to do with the United States of America. It only has to do with the United States. So the thing is that dollar and of America, these things shouldn't be on there at all. And I guarantee you, if you dig and you dig and you dig and you dig, you're going to find some crazy part of some act somewhere where they redefine the term of, and they redefine the word America, and they redefine the word dollar. Guaranteed.
Probably in the Federal Reserve Act.
Something like that, or the Emergency Banking Act and the Gold Abrogation Act of 1933. Right.
Is In God We Trust a foreign trust?
I've heard theories that it's literally a trust that's called In God We. So that's the theory. I don't have any circumstantial evidence. I have nothing to point you to on that. That is just a theory I've heard floating around. And if I had to any hope in hell of proving that in a court of law, I wouldn't. I would start digging really hard. I'd probably find what I need to prove that in a court of law, but I don't have any of that currently accessible to me.
Hey, it's Mark Yegge here to tell you about our cash flow machine trading program that's designed to teach you how to make safe, reliable income. Now, we shoot for 2 to 4% a month of income and growth in your portfolio. And we have courses to teach you how to do this yourself or inside a mastermind community. And the best part of that is it only takes about 20 minutes a week to implement. Now, while 2 to 4% a month doesn't sound like much, I show you exactly how we took my IRA from $111,000 to over $500,000 in just 19 months without huge risk. I'm not telling you this to brag, just to show you that you can do this too. So to learn more about this program, go to cashflowmachine.io. That's cashflowmachine.io, and you can learn more.
So what is this thing? This if it's not money and it isn't a dollar, and without going into a bunch of old crazy court cases, if you go into the 1800s, you start looking up financial and banking cases, especially at the Supreme Court level. What they call money back then is they called it this word called specie, and I don't know if you can hear it. Specie. If I hit the button here, can you hear this?
No, you don't have the sound turned on. That's okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's specie, and you can hear it clicking on that thing, right? Money in the form of coins rather than notes, right? So we start getting into what is this thing? What is a promissory note, and how the hell can it move around? And what is it? If it's not money and it isn't specie, well, what is it? You look up the definition of the word currency. Currency does include bills, notes, and other evidences of debt. So it's legally U.S. currency. That's why they use the term U.S. currency. They don't use the word money. You'll never see the word money. You see the term U.S. currency because it is currency, and it's from the U.S., which is the District of Columbia, U.S. territories, and insular possessions. Okay? So we start getting into what is this thing, and the answer to it is in UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, Article 3, Section 104. And this is all very confusing, and we can get into this in great depth. And I did a whole series called A Journey into UCC 3, where we go through every single section of all of UCC Article 3, line by line and word by word. It's pretty cool. I'm dressed up in like crazy outfits and stuff. It's pretty wild.
It's great. It's great.
But to keep it really, really, really simple, this is like 90% of what you need to know about this information right here in this one little section right here. Negotiable instrument means an unconditional promise or order to pay. That's it. If we just stopped right there, I'm telling you, you got it. There's more
Yeah.
to it, and there's a whole rabbit hole. We can get crazy into it and do all this craziness. The word instrument basically just means like a document. It's a really, really, really vague term. It could mean like a document. It could mean like almost anything, really. And then the word negotiable means transferable. And it typically refers to like has some kind of value or monetary value. So negotiable instrument means some sort of document or paper or object or security that has some sort of intrinsic value and can be transferred between parties where it basically holds that value, right? So that's what a negotiable instrument is. If we go to UCC 3-102, we're going to see something really shocking. They make the clarification on this, right? This article applies to negotiable instruments. It does not apply to money. Federal Reserve notes are not money. It's two completely different worlds. And if you start getting into Title 12 of the United States Code, it's all about banking, they call it foreign gold and silver, foreign coins. Why do they call it foreign? Because California and Utah and Texas and New Hampshire and New York and Washington and Idaho and Montana and this and that are all foreign sovereign nations. The standard money supply or currency supply in California, it's actually illegal to use Federal Reserve notes in California. When I read the original Constitution, they literally have fucking exact sections. This shit is so old. This whole convert everything into a negotiable instrument through the banking industry and then take over a whole country by doing it is old as dirt. Because you can read that they were trying to prevent that from happening in the original 1849 Constitution. If we go down to Article 4, Section... Let me find this real quick for you. This is really, really cool. I think it's section... Here it is. Now remember, 1849 is when California was introduced into the Union, okay? And there's a whole backstory on that, Mexico and all that, right? So let's see here. Section 34, this is article... Let me find the article for you. It's very important. Article 4. Section 34 says...
And did they ever repeal this document, this Constitution?
No, because they can't. So what did they do? They just created a new state called State of California.
Right.
That's what they did. They couldn't get rid of this thing. So what did they do? They created a new state that has almost the same name. They gave that new state a totally different constitution, and then they were able to amend, change, and eliminate that constitution.
Amazing.
And that was totally fine. There's nothing stopping. There was never anything legally stopping anyone from doing that, right? The legislature shall have no power to pass any act granting any charter for banking purposes, but associations may be formed under general laws for the deposit of gold and silver, but no such association shall make, issue, or put in circulation any bill, check, ticket, certificate, promissory note, or any or other paper or the paper of any bank to circulate as money.
It's right there.
Wow.
Federal Reserve notes. Now, Federal Reserve notes are totally legal in state of California. In California, they are completely illegal. And then we go down here, check this out. Section 35. And you got to think, these guys, obviously they're trying to combat something, because why would they put this craziness in here with all this terminology and all these words and all this specific shit? The legislature of this state, and they capitalized the word state. They didn't realize they didn't have a fucking time machine to go in the future and realize that they were going to fuck with these words real bad and fuck everybody over and change all this stuff. So they capitalized the word S, not knowing that, right? The legislature of this state, plus it's just simple grammar. It's a proper versus common noun, right? They're talking about this state, a specific state. So they're actually using normal grammar as well here, okay? The legislation of this state shall prohibit by law any person or persons, association, company, or corporation from exercising the privileges of banking or creating paper to circulate as money.
Yeah.
They knew the power.
This is this tactic of the negotiable instruments and converting the entire currency supply from gold and silver coins to negotiable instruments is old as dust, my friend. This is dusty old. So getting back into all of this, right? So we start to realize, okay, so we've got money, which is gold and silver coins. We have dollar, which is a specific weight associated with these gold and silver coins. It has to be of a certain quality of silver or gold, 0.999, which is defined as fine silver. Gold may have another term, but if we use the same term, it'd be fine gold. Okay. Then we've got this thing called the Federal Reserve note. We've got it figured out. It's a promissory note, which would be a negotiable instrument. There's only two types of negotiable instruments: unconditional promise to pay or order to pay. So we got it all figured out. Now we start getting into my flow chart. So this is the flow chart as to exactly how negotiable instruments operate, how are they created, how are they transferred, the terminology associated with how they're transferred. So this is the world that we live in. People think that we live in this old world where you have these money or these coins or these dollars and they move around and they have value and it's all very simple. And that's not even remotely close. We live in a banker's world and everything is a security. The word security and the word negotiable instrument is the same thing. So imagine what's in your wallet and what's in your bank account is the exact same shit that's on Wall Street. If you think about it that way, you have a correct attitude, you have a correct perception to the situation. You don't have any money. You've probably never had any money. I got money all over the place. I love having it and touching it and smelling it. I want it, right? But if you don't know what money is, which nobody does, including billionaires and rich people, which I'm sure you have that watch your show, you may invest in silver coins or gold coins. Now you got to think. Congress said that nothing shall be money except coins, gold and silver coins. So what's the definition of the word coin? Let's say you have in your basement, you have a big safe and it has a huge gold bar inside of it. Would that gold bar be considered money legally? No. If you were to melt down that gold bar into shapes of coins, it'd be considered money. So you also have that. At that point, it's basically bullion. It hasn't become a coin yet. So it couldn't legally be money yet, but it has the potential to very rapidly become what's classified as money. So when it's all about definitions in law, right? So if you have a bunch of gold and silver coins, like I do, I've got bars and coins and all sorts of crazy, stupid shit. It's actually money at that point. It can be transferred. But the thing is, there is no legal structure anymore to legally, like if you go and buy and sell with silver coins and you go to file a lawsuit in state or federal court, because the state courts are just federal too. They're part of state of California, the federal, they're basically federal zones essentially. They don't have any ability or jurisdiction to do anything about that. Like if you want to find out, Brandon, is state of California or state of Utah, are these courts actual state courts or are they actually federal courts that pretend as though they're state courts? The fastest and easiest way to answer that question is go and buy something for silver coins and then with your buddy, just do some crazy shit with your buddy and then file a lawsuit based off of a transaction involving silver coins. And watch how fast that motherfucker gets thrown out, right? That's they can't have. But the thing is, you just read it. California is gold and silver coins only. They can't use Federal Reserve notes. So you can also reverse that thinking as well and say to yourself, well, if that's the case, every time a Federal Reserve note case or anything involving Federal Reserve notes is filed in the state court, they'd have to throw it out. They obviously aren't doing that. So you can see we don't have state courts. There are no state courts. There are only federal courts. There is no such thing as a state court. It doesn't exist. Hasn't existed for, I don't know how long. I would need to do a deep dive on that. But we haven't had any state courts for a long time. The District of Columbia has taken over all of the 48 individual sovereign nations that we think. It's actually a takeover. That's why the USC is so weird still. They still have all these definitions and stuff where it doesn't include things like California, because technically, legally, we're still a separate sovereign nation, but the DMV, the banks, the state courts, they're all federal. Everything is essentially federal. And everyone is essentially saying that they live in a federal zone. But the actual original state is still here. And there's only a few of us that live in it. There's literally like maybe, a few hundred people or something, or a few thousand, or I don't know how many, who knows? You'd never know. There's no census for the actual state. There's only a census for the federal zone. So when you read a census about California, you're reading a census about the federal zone called State of California. You're not actually reading any information about the actual California at all. So what you're looking at is you're looking at a takeover. It's a corporate takeover. Yeah. That's what's actually occurred. And the main instrument or tool that has been used in order to accomplish that corporate takeover is this whole negotiable instrument currency system. This is how you motivate everyone to do exactly what you want them to do. Is you have to control the monetary supply. It doesn't require a fucking rocket scientist to figure that one out. I think there's even a quote. Nelson Rockefeller said, I don't care who the presidents are or who runs the country, as long as I control the money supply. I control the country. It's over. Yeah. I forget the exact quote. You can look it up. Anyways, so we have these two types of negotiable instruments. You have an unconditional promise to pay, which is called a note or promissory note. And then you have the unconditional order to pay, which is called a bill or a bill of exchange or a draft or a check. And there's probably other terms too. There's several terms to describe this one over here. This one's much simpler. And what's cool is this is the one that you're dealing with all the time, more so than this one. This is like constantly. Every time you use a credit card, you're producing an unconditional promise to pay. That is a note in itself. That is currency. It actually has monetary value. And then you basically abandon that every month. You're manufacturing currency and then abandoning it every single time you use a credit card, which I know is pretty shocking.
It's amazing. Yeah.
So an unconditional promise to pay, which is called a note or promissory note. Here are some examples. When you sign a traffic ticket, it is a note if you sign it and more of a draft if you didn't. Are you promising to perform or are you being ordered to perform? That's what makes the difference between these two, right? And there's really not that much difference between these two. So don't think like it's two entirely separate subjects that are both their own complicated thing. This one's a little different than this one. I mean, really, it's really, there's hardly any difference, frankly, there's really not, right? There's a few hues of difference, and that's about it, right? So loan promissory notes, all credit card transactions, Federal Reserve notes. And my theory is every single country that has a central reserve, a reserve bank, a central bank, operates using all of this same information. Mm-hmm. So basically, what I'm teaching you is not just an American thing, as far as I know. And this is a theory of mine. I haven't fully fleshed this out, but my theory is that this is once the central bank goes in, all of this goes in with it.
Yeah.
This is the system. We're looking at the system. Okay. Insurance policies, you are the beneficiary and they are the trustees once they fund the trust with a note, right? You fund your own insurance policies, guys. You're going to learn that in this flow chart, right? And then we have the unconditional order to pay, which basically there's two different classes, okay? Well, there's really one class, and then there's like a subclass that attaches to that class. So it's called a draft. If it contains banking, routing, and account numbers on it, it's a draft, and then now also a check. People think that it has to have routing and account numbers on it. No, it doesn't. So if we take a check, and we're going to go to the check, which this is all sorts of information can be pulled off one of these bad boys. So here's a check. See if we can get a picture pulled up. This is a pretty good picture. Okay. So pay to the order of, that's actually terminology straight out of all of these acts and stuff. It literally says that an unconditional order to pay has to have this exact terminology on it, pay to the order of, right? It has to have the date. It has to have the amount in figures and words. When you read things like the Bill of Exchange Act, it says has to have the amount in figures and terms. So figures is the numbers, and then terms is and then it even says that if the figure is different from the terms are the senior thing. So if you wrote $400 here and you wrote $4,000 in words, it's actually a $4,000 check, not a $400 check, by the way.
Yep.
And then down here, people don't realize if you look on a check, it says MP on the side. That stands for microprint. And then if you look really, really close, microprint on a check, you will see, if you look very, very close on your checks, pull your checkbooks out of your closet. You have an older demographic, which is great because they're actually going to have checks. Younger demographic won't have any of these. They don't even know what you're talking about. So this is really good. Pull out your checkbook for everybody watching this, and you're going to see here MP, that stands for microprint, and then you're going to zoom in on this line where you sign, and you're going to see it says authorized signature over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Get out of here.
Do it right now. Do you have checks? Grab your checks right now.
I actually do have a check here. Yeah.
Signature on a check. You see it?
Yeah, I'm actually in a different country, so I'm pulling it up and I can't see that small, but I'm gonna get my phone out.
You have to use if you see the MP there, that means that it's there. If you see the MP, then
there's an MP. There's an MP.
So you'll have to get a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
And look really, 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 really close. It says authorized signature over and over and over and over and over.
Sure does. Amazing.
Pretty wild,
cool.
Huh?
Yeah.
So what is authorized signature? This is straight out of Google. This is not freemanontheland.co.net. This is not, crazy psychopathic weird individual.com website. This is Google, guys. This is not anything crazy. And if you don't believe Google, you can go deeper. You'll find the same information. Some things aren't true from Google. I've gone on these deep dives, so I wouldn't show you something. If an authorized signature on a check refers to the signature of a person who has been officially designated to sign checks on behalf of a business.
Yeah.
What is the sole proprietorship?
A business.
Bingo. You are the signer on behalf of a business called Brandon Joe Williams. Again, I feel like I have the answer, but it is circumstantial. I have nothing directly connecting the birth certificate to the sole proprietorship that I can show you at this time. But I'm going to ask you a question, and I think it's a question everybody should be asking. Where the fuck did this business come from? That I know people should be asking. I think I have the answer, and I think I have circumstantial evidence toward that answer. I've already presented that. That would be a bit of a Hail Mary in court, because there's nothing. I don't have anything that directly connects the birth certificate to this thing, this business. But we can answer the question, but the question itself is almost more powerful than the answer. Where the fuck did this thing come from?
Yeah.
It's not you, obviously. Clearly, it's not you.
Yeah,
So it's
ask the government,
entity.
ask the bank, ask the government. Pound the table with your fist as hard as you fucking can. Where the fuck did this thing come from? I want a fucking answer. Oh, I don't know. That's not an answer. Where did this thing come from? I never signed up for this thing. I never signed up for a business. Where did this thing come from, and why does it have my name on it? Did you give someone? Did someone give someone else the rights to the name? When you look at your mom's freaking name on a long form birth certificate, do you know what your mom is called on a long form birth certificate? Your mom is called an informant.
Oh, that's right.
Informant. Parent or other informant. The fuck does that mean? Does that mean that mom's giving state of California the right to use this name to open a sole proprietorship? I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question.
Yeah.
I really don't. And I didn't even know about the sole proprietorship until a couple months ago. So this is an ongoing research project. I don't have all the answers. In fact, I'm glad I don't, because I'd be bored, because I'm having a blast. Okay.
Yeah. And you got some good questions.
But I'll tell you what.
That's a trust, right, Brandon?
I'm
pretty sure.
It can operate as a trust. It definitely it can hold. So the definition of a trust is okay. If it's a trust, who's the grantor? Who's the trustee? Who's the beneficiary? And what's the res? There has to be an asset inside the trust. There has to be res. If there's no res, there's no trust. Now let's say mom, as the informant, was giving state of California, which is a federal zone, the right to use that name as power of attorney. If that's the case, then they can open up trusts, estates, partnerships, associations, companies, corporations, sole proprietorships, and maybe there's a whole bunch of these things. I say sole proprietorship because from a legal angle, from a litigation angle, it makes the most sense. And also from a financial angle, it makes the most sense. But when you start getting into things like Social Security, the sole proprietorship angle starts to make less sense, and the trust angle starts to make more sense.
Wouldn't being the agent of that business, of that sole proprietorship, put you at liability?
No, because you have to have some sort of commercial entity in order to interface into the banking and commercial world. If you didn't have a sole proprietorship, they can't connect you into any of the stuff that I'm showing you without some kind of sole proprietorship because of the Commerce Clause.
Uh-huh.
The Commerce Clause is this like gigantic fucking massive iron gate. That's the difference between California and the District of Columbia. And the only way they can get you up to that gate, they can't push you through the gate. They can only get you up to it. The interfacing portal between that world and this world has to be some kind of business.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no business, then there's no interfacing. You can't physically interface with that world at all. It's a physical impossibility. How can you interface with it? If there's no business, there's no jurisdiction. You can just hand them jurisdiction, like people go into court and they say in propria persona. That's basically just because they say, hey, yeah, fuck it. I know you guys don't have jurisdiction, but I'm giving you jurisdiction anyways. That's really the only way you can do it. But then it gets more complicated because then you don't fit any of the definitions of the word person anywhere at that point. So now, even if you give them jurisdiction, they can't use statutes on you because none of the statutes apply to you because the word person's in every single motherfucking thing ever in every single statute from A to Z. If you aren't a person, they can't use statutes. They can only use common law at that point.
Right.
If they're using common law, it's based off of someone's got to be damaged. and then the damaged party has to press charges, and then it's this whole like weight of morality, and then the jury gets involved. They can't do a whole lot with that. That's not why the system was designed. The system was designed to drag you into the statutory world and then use the statutes on you.
Yes.
That's the point. So if you aren't defined as a person, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So if you sign as the agent for that person, though, that's where you separate liability out. So you can use the person, but since you've signed as the agent, and I know, Brandon, you talk about the UCC section that identifies, when you sign as a representative of that party, you release liability, correct?
Yes. If you aren't that person, then why would you have the liabilities of that person? Unless you're a surety or something like that, but it would need to be like a clear contract that you are a surety for that thing, right? So, like I said, it's no different than if you had Starbucks. Would you sign as Starbucks if you own Starbucks? It's stupid. It's the same thing. They gave you a business. Somebody gave you a business. A lot of questions. Who made this? Where did it come from? And how did I get it? What's its structure? Did it have, so the social security number is the EIN number of the sole proprietorship. My mom was the one who applied for a social security number. So did this sole proprietorship, whoever the fuck made it, did they already have a number for it? And my mom was just trying to get that number that was already made so she could use it. And then if she was, why? Why would she do that? Get into a lawsuit, get into discovery, and then start deposing people with these kind of questions. And you're going to have people literally killing themselves, going home, hanging themselves, or people just start disappearing. You win the case. Everyone's dead.
Yeah.
Easy peasy, right? So the thing is they're not allowed to speak on these subjects. So if you hire a bar card attorney, they aren't allowed to press any of these claims. If they do, their bar card will be stripped real fucking fast. And that's why being pro se or being in propria persona or being without a bar card in litigation is so powerful, because you've now unlocked all of these secret avenues that are way more powerful than anything they could ever hope to use.
Yeah.
The problem is that when you start going down that avenue, they play dumb and they treat you like you're crazy. And you're the one who's saddled with having to prove everything. And it's definitely an uphill battle, basically. Yeah. Right. So, getting back into this, right? So we were on the check. We were on the check here. Where did our check go? It's gone. So there's Article 3 and Article 4 of the Uniform Commercial Code. Article 3 covers drafts. Article 4 covers checks. But a check is also a draft. It has to be a draft first in order for it to be a check, right? So if we look up check and we go back to our check, right? So this is a draft and a check because it has routing and account numbers on it. But if you were to physically tear this little section off and leave everything else on it, it would still be a draft. And that's the thing people don't get. It's still an instrument. It's still a negotiable. It still has the same monetary value on it, regardless of whether it has a routing and account number on it. And you say, well, Brandon, where does the money come from? It is money. By itself, it is money. You're manufacturing currency. The routing and account numbers are pretty much irrelevant. It's still currency either way, right? So examples of an unconditional order to pay or draft would be a traffic ticket, a parking ticket, a tax bill, utility bill, credit card bill, a court order or a judgment, a check, but it's both a draft and a check, so different definitions, a debit card transaction, medical bills. The word bill means draft. And then, you want to go a step farther, pull your bills out or go online and print paper copies or get off of your auto pay and start looking at your bills. And down the bottom where there's that detachable part, you'll start seeing numbers that sure do look like routing and account numbers. And you'll see weird strings of numbers all over the goddamn thing. So another question, if you ever get sued by any banking institution or any other institution that sends you bills, you get into discovery and you put that bill in as evidence and you start asking questions about those strings of numbers. Is this a draft or is it a check? What are these numbers? If they're routing and account numbers, this is actually a check, not a draft. Yeah, watch that case get dismissed about as fast as you've ever seen any fucking case get dismissed since the day you were fucking born on this earth.
And many of those also say voucher on them and coupon. And if you look up the words voucher and coupon, you see that the payment is the payment. That is the currency, right?
The word coupon means an interest payment, a dividend payment.
Yeah, it's true.
Dividend payment. A dividend payment of what? And if you're paying me, is it a draft or a check? Are these routing and account numbers? Sir, case dismissed. We motion to dismiss this case. You're living in a banker's world, my friends. Okay.
It's all banking.
It's all banking, right? So unconditional promise to pay. So every time you use your credit card, you're producing an unconditional promise to pay, right? And then you ask yourself, here's another great question, really great question. Where the fuck is this thing going? Where is my currency? I created this currency. Where is it? Well, they send you this bill at the end of the month. And it's really crazy to think about it. The bill is basically an investment portfolio. It's literally like a freaking Fidelity investment portfolio. They're saying you've produced and deposited all of these unconditional promises to pay, which are all securities. You've manufactured all of these securities throughout the month. What do you want us to do with all of them? And what you're doing is you're abandoning all of those manufactured securities. You're basically saying, I don't claim them. I don't really need them. I don't want them. Here, I'm going to give you these other securities instead called Federal Reserve notes. And it gets really crazy if you go down to a certificate of deposit for your older guys. When I say the word certificate of deposit, they're going to say, oh yeah, CDs. I remember that back in the 90s. That was all the crave. The government CDs, 6%. They were super safe and secure, right? That's all bullshit. If you look up 3-104J, UCC 3-104J, a negotiable instrument, we get into subsection J. Certificate of deposit means an instrument containing an acknowledgement by a bank that a sum of money has been received by the bank, and it's a promise by the bank to repay you for the sum of money that you created. Guess what the word is to describe this in your everyday life all the time, every single time you do anything every single day? It's the word receipt.
Right.
Why did they ask you, do you want a receipt? Why is the receipt such a big thing? Here's your receipt. Do you want a receipt? Do you want a receipt? Do you want a receipt? They ask you every motherfucking time. These cashiers don't know. They know a few buttons, and they know to ask for a receipt. Why is giving a receipt? They have to ask. It's like they're going to die or lose their jobs. They don't ask you, do you want a receipt? 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 From now on, when you hear that, swap out the word receipt for certificate of deposit. Do you want a certificate of deposit? Do you want a certificate of deposit? Do you want a certificate of deposit? Do you want a paper instrument that contains the acknowledgement by the bank that you've created this currency called an unconditional promise to pay and deposited it in the bank, showing that the bank owes that to you at some point in the future, the goddamn receipt is also currency.
So how do we redeem that, Brandon? That's the question, right?
It is currency. It is currency. It's an unconditional promise to pay. You created an unconditional promise to pay the bank, and then the bank offered you a receipt, which in itself is also an unconditional promise to pay.
Promise to pay. Yeah.
And then at the end of the month, they're sending you a bill, which is an unconditional order to pay, which is also a negotiable instrument. You're abandoning all of the unconditional promises to pay that you've manufactured throughout the whole month. And then you're sending them other totally disrelated unconditional promises to pay that have nothing to do with anything. It isn't even a part of your country if you're in California or Utah. called Federal Reserve notes. You see how crazy it is?
It's just nuts. And it's so nuts that people won't believe it because they're full of fear and they don't want to go down the rabbit holes that you're doing.
It's absolutely fucking batshit crazy. And they bank off that.
Yeah.
The reason why this has to be so crazy and so convoluted and so complex is because they had to take it to a point where people started saying it just can't be like this. They had to, once they hit that point, bang, they knew they had it. They probably built this thing out and built this thing out and built this thing out until people started to react like that. And then they're like, bang, we got it, boys. And that was it. Because when you start looking at a lot of the information and a lot of the court cases that backs a lot of this information, it's old, man. It's old.
Yeah.
They stopped creating this system a long time ago, brother.
Brandon,
I don't know. It may even be hundreds or thousands of years old, actually.
I think it is.
Mark and I were reviewing one of my old mortgage documents recently, and kind of through the lens of what you teach. And the language in this mortgage was absolutely crazy. So they said that I couldn't sign it without recourse. There were like all these terms and stipulations about how I could sign it, that I couldn't accept any of the coupons that I got, that I had to pay in lawful money of the United States of America. It was just this, like, everything you talk about was in this contract preventing me from doing that.
They're starting to do that. How old is your mortgage doc?
That was 5 years.
Interesting, because this didn't really blow up until recently. Obviously me teaching it, but none of that. That's all irrelevant, by the way.
Right.
Because the thing is that fraud vitiates all contracts.
That's true.
So all you got to do is just start talking about fraud and prove the fraud, and then bang, none of that, all of that falls apart, right? So, and the other thing is too is that they can't. It's just not. It just they do all that and they put all that in there. That doesn't really mean anything. I mean, really, it doesn't, honestly.
But it just proves the point that these concepts are real and that banks know this stuff.
Yeah. So recently I started digging through a lot of old Supreme Court cases because the UCC is not law at the federal level, and that was really a big problem that I was trying to figure out for all this last year. And so I finally decided I'm just going to go through the UCC and I'm just going to type in a lot of the keywords into Google Scholar, and I'm just going to start digging through old cases to try to find where this stuff started, rather than use the UCC, because I just couldn't figure out what else to do. So going through a few of these cases here, this one's from 1880. Shaw versus Railroad, 101 US 557. Bills of exchange and promissory notes are exceptional in their character. They are representatives of money circulating in the commercial world as evidence of money. Now, keep in mind, this is way back.
Yeah.
There was still gold and silver coins. All the good stuff was still happening. The District of Columbia had just happened. The 14th Amendment had just happened. But that didn't really push into the financial sector yet. It wasn't until Federal Reserve Act. It wasn't until the 16th Amendment. It wasn't until the Emergency Banking Act of 1933. And then finally, the final killing blow to the gold standard in 1971. That's the bigger of the financial aspects, right? So at this time period, 1880, we've got the Slaughterhouse cases just happened 7 years prior. The District of Columbia was created 9 years prior. The 14th Amendment had happened 9 years prior, and we were just kind of recovering after the Civil War. So at that time period, we had all these different types of currency. We had gold and silver coins. We had promissory notes, we had bills, we had everything. It was a big clusterfuck. Everything was there, right? So rereading this from the beginning, bills of exchange and promissory notes are exceptional in their character. They are representatives of money circulating in the commercial world as evidence of money, of which any person in lawful possession may avail himself to pay debts or make purchases or make remittances of money from one country to another or to remote places in the same country. Hence, as said by Story J, it has become a general rule of the commercial world to hold bills of exchange as in some sort sacred instrument in favor of bona fide holders for a valuable consideration without notice. Hold on, we're getting into too much terminology here. Let's skip over that because that's part of the flow chart. We're not going to get into all that quite yet. Here's a White v. National Bank, U.S. Supreme Court. This is 1881. This is talking about without recourse, which is what Nick was talking about. We'll get into that in the flow chart. This endorsement is treated by counsel here as an assignment of the paper without recourse, in which the title to the paper passed, but the right to recourse to the assigner was cut off, right? So these terms are not anything new. Here's a really powerful one. One of my favorites. This really got me. This is 1842, brother. The debtor also has the advantage of making his negotiable securities of equivalent value to cash. So this idea that negotiable instruments are cash or can be used as cash or have essentially monetary value, even though they are not money, as far as I know, this is the oldest exact quote I have of that functionality in the United States of America, but it probably goes back farther than that. So we have these things that are considered cash. You say cash. People think cash, the picture that comes to their mind is these green paper things, right? But the thing is that cash is an unconditional promise to pay. That's what it is. It's in paper form, in physical form, right? So we go back to the flow chart, and so we have these two different angles, the note and the draft, and we have the flows down, right? So what's happening is that when you first create a promissory note, when you first create a mortgage, or you first create a unconditional promise to pay, or credit card transaction, you are the maker/issuer. And what that means is the maker means the first delivery of an instrument by the maker or drawer, whether to a holder or non-holder, for the purpose of giving rights on the instrument to any person. So what you're doing is you are the maker. So you are, when you give that initial instrument to the banking institution, what's happening is that you are handing it to them for the purpose of giving them the rights on the instrument. And that's why they have to give you a fucking receipt, which is called a certificate of deposit, right? The term maker means a person who signs or is identified in a note as the person undertaking to pay. And people say, well, I only have to sometimes sign when I use my credit card. So the little chip inside of your credit card is your built-in e-signature that's already pre-built in. And that was created based off of how you signed all your original documentation, right? So what they do is they have that, and then if you swipe, or there's different ways you have to sign, but if you stick in the chip, you don't have to sign. That's because you go down the rabbit hole. What the chip is a preloaded signature based off of your original signature when you started the account. If you swipe or beep, a lot of times it requires you to sign. If you go to a restaurant, it requires you to sign. And the reason why is because the initial unconditional promise to pay is being altered because of the tip amount. The tip amount alters the document. And that's based off of UCC 3-114. So if we go over to UCC 3-114, we're going to figure this out, right? So this is really important. This is like pure fucking power in a sentence. This This is like if someone asked me if I could have 3-114 as a superpower or $1 billion in a bank account, I'd rather have 3-114 because this is like essentially infinite money just here by itself in a sentence, essentially. If an instrument contains contradictory terms, typewritten terms prevail over printed terms, handwritten terms prevail over both, and words prevail over numbers. So what does that mean? When you have a receipt at a restaurant, there's the initial unconditional promise to pay of $50. But then what you're doing is you're hand writing the tip. That tip becomes the handwritten terms. So now you have to sign the document because the handwritten terms now have to be approved through some sort of endorsement or signature, which is why whenever you have anything that alters the original unconditional promise to pay, such as a tip, there's always a signature line. So you're altering, you're manufacturing the unconditional promise to pay, altering the unconditional promise to pay, which is a security, and then basically re-releasing the instrument with the signature once the tip and the total have been handwritten as terms on the face of the instrument. That piece of paper that you're writing on is an instrument. It is a security. It is a negotiable instrument. You could take that motherfucker down to Wall Street and sell it.
So we've got this basic process that you're describing. Now let's bring it up to some numbers that we can get our heads around. Like I go out and buy a truck for 50 grand and I take out a loan. How does that affect this? Or are you going to get to that?
So we're getting to that now. We're getting into the flow and the creation of these things. Okay.
Got it. Yeah.
So as the maker or issuer, right? So we're not going to get into all this. So as the maker or issuer, essentially you can't really negotiate. You can't really transfer or negotiate the note. You want to become the holder.
The holder. Yeah.
So the holder is the one who can negotiate, right? So we're going to start getting into that, right? I'm going to skip over these other parts here. So a holder is basically someone in possession of a note or draft that is payable to them specifically or payable to bearer. So if there is no payee, like on a Federal Reserve note, it's not payable to anyone. But what's crazy is you can actually write pay to the order of, and you can actually take a Federal Reserve note, and you can actually convert it into a check, which is, or a draft, right? And there's nothing stopping you from doing that. People say, oh, you couldn't do that with a Federal Reserve note. You absolutely can. There's absolutely no laws preventing you from doing that. There's laws from defacing a Federal Reserve note. You go down the rabbit hole as what does defacing mean? It means to destroy the negotiability or value to where it can't be transferred at all. Like burning it would be defacing it. Tearing all the numbers off of it to where you can't see what the denomination is would be defacing it. Writing pay to the order of and putting a payee on it wouldn't legally be defacing the note at all. It's negotiating the note as the holder. All sorts of crazy shit you can do with the Federal Reserve note, my brother. Wow. So whenever you receive a Federal Reserve note, I don't have any. Here's a couple right here. I have these. I collect all sorts of crazy shit. I got old bearer bonds, Confederate bearer bonds from back in the Confederate War. I've got gold backs, which are these cool kind of new currencies. I've got a buddy of mine who creates his own silver coins, special silver coins based off of different things. I've got a gold coin someone sent me for a consultation. They wanted to pay me in gold, so they sent me a gold buffalo coin. I've got silver certificates over here. I've got $2 bills. I'm a member of parliament for a micronation called Slaughterhouse. They've got Slaughterhouse doubles. I've got these. I've got all sorts of crazy shit, right? But I also think $2 bills are really cool. So I have a $2 Federal Reserve note here. And if we take a look at it, you'll see here, it's not payable to any specific person, which we're going to get into endorsements here in just a moment, right? And actually, I found the law recently that states that it's not, you're actually not, when they issue them, they have to be issued payable to the bearer. They can't issue them with a special endorsement. But you as the holder, I'm the holder of this right now. I can actually write anything I want on it, And 3-114 states that anything I handwrite on this becomes the new terms and overwrites the typewritten terms. As long as I don't deface the instrument, I can negotiate the instrument however I want. And that gets really interesting. If I put pay to the order of Mark, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Yegge, and somehow it gets to Nick, and Nick tries to take it and use it, I could actually, it'll never work. It'll never get through the courts. But I could actually sue Nick for illegally negotiating the instrument, which is like up to 25 years in prison. It'll never go anywhere. But I'm just saying, technically, you can do shit like that once you understand how negotiable instruments work. And if you think the SEC knows anything about anything I'm teaching you guys, absolutely not. All the way from the president, all the way down to the people pushing the papers. Nobody in the SEC knows anything about any of this. So you think the SEC is going to come? They don't know anything about any. You don't need to worry about any of these fucking agencies. They don't know a goddamn thing about any of this shit. The Treasury doesn't know a fucking thing about any of this. I don't even think Janet Yellen knows anything about any of this. Thank God she's gone.
Yeah.
Brandon, I have heard that the IRS is aware that when you sign your IRS bills in a certain way,
yes,
that they will erase your debt. That'll
the IRS. The IRS is pretty good at all this stuff. I just sent them. They just sent me a bunch of bills. I sent them all back. I did all this stuff that you're seeing. All this stuff. It was probably somewhere in the ballpark of. It was 3 bills. It was probably somewhere in the ballpark of like $6 or $7 grand. It was from like 2018, 2019, 2020 type stuff. Sent it all back. Not a peep. Not a fucking peep.
Special endorsement kind of thing.
Special qualified endorsement. Yep. Special and qualified. Yep. With a cute little cover letter, the whole thing. Yeah. Right. So I haven't heard a peep, no more bills, nothing. So, I sent those off. I think they signed for those like November 30th. So it's been plenty of time to get a response.
Sure.
Okay. And like we started off with, silence is acquiescence, right? So if you don't hear from them, that's good news.
Yeah, and a lot of people kind of freak out about that. They want something in return. They want some kind of a receipt or something.
Yeah.
The thing is that if you think about what is a receipt, right? When they send you a bill, they're actually the maker/issuer. And then when you receive the bill, you become the holder of that instrument. And then we're going to get into endorsements. When you endorse the instrument and tender the instrument back to the person entitled to enforce the instrument, you're sort of completing the cycle. Like for them to send you a receipt would mean that you deposited an unconditional promise to pay that was an overpayment. And they need to give you a certificate of deposit because you overpaid. But if you endorse the bill and send it back, it's a 0 at the end of that. They wouldn't give you a receipt for a 0. What's the definition of a receipt? Let's go back and look at it again. 3-104, subsection J is the definition of a receipt. And I know it's a lot of information. You got to go over it over and over again. No one on the fucking planet's going to understand any of this shit watching a show one time. Never going to happen. It's never happened and it never will happen. Okay. So don't get worried about that. Certificate of deposit means an instrument containing an acknowledgement by a bank that a sum of money, which is hilarious. They say none of this has anything to do with money. And then they go off and use the word money, which is also fucking hilarious. So even within this shit, if I was in litigation, I'd bring up shit like that and start banging. I mean, none of these attorneys know even a 1,000th of any of this to even get that far into the conversation. But if you did, you could bang them with that too, right? Acknowledgement by a bank that a sum of money has been received by the bank and a promise by the bank to repay the sum of money. A certificate of deposit is a note of the bank. So why in the fuck would they give you one of these? You didn't overpay. If you overpaid, they would have to give you a certificate of deposit. You didn't overpay. You zeroed. They said they sent you $700 and you sent back $700. It's 0. Mm-hmm. So there wouldn't be any receipt or certificate of deposit that the IRS would produce and send back to you as regards to that payment. And no one knows the definition of the word payment. We have to clear that up too. But let's just move forward into the definition of the word payment, okay? It means the performance of a duty, promise, or obligation. So what's happening is that the IRS is manufacturing a draft, which is an unconditional order to pay. They're sending you that draft. You become the holder. And then at that point, you can just simply endorse that negotiable instrument because it has the full value of the face value of whatever they're ordering you to pay, and then send it back. And it's legally a payment because you've now performed on a duty, promise, or obligation. And for those of you that are out there wondering how in the, here's, if there's anybody out there right now saying, where the fuck did this come from?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Those are my people. You're my people. You're my people. The answer to that question is the Emergency Banking Act of 1933.
Yep.
We're not going to get into that right now. I can give you just one little touch. Congress was speaking about it, and there's one part in the congressional record where they do a really good job of explaining it in like a paragraph. And I'll go ahead and just give you that. And then from there, if you want to dig into the 9 billion aspects of it, you can. So here is the original House congressional record during the Gold Abrogation Act in 1933, when they swapped all this over and they converted the system over to the new system. Now, this is an exact word-for-word duplicate, meaning there's certain capitalized words. The word nation, the word government, they're capitalized. This word is not capitalized. Every single period, every single space is an exact duplicate from the congressional record because I wanted to have a perfect duplicate. So here's the quote. Under the new law, the money is issued to the banks in return for government obligations, bills of exchange, drafts, notes, trade acceptances, and bankers' acceptances. The money will be worth 100 cents on the dollar, which they don't know what any of that means, obviously, because it is backed by the credit of the nation. Now, here's where it gets creepy. This last sentence is where things get creepy. Yep. It will represent a mortgage on all the homes and other property of all the people in the nation.
That's nuts right there, right?
Then we're going to go into, they use the word obligation. So I went on a deep dive to try to find more information about that. HNUSA 8, obligation or other security of the United States defined. The term obligation or other security of the United States includes all bonds, all certificates of indebtedness, all national bank currency, all Federal Reserve notes, all Federal Reserve bank notes, all coupons, all United States notes, all treasury notes, all gold certificates, all silver certificates, all fractional notes, all certificates of deposit, all bills, all checks, all drafts, everything. And you say to yourself, well, hold on a second. Does that mean that my utility bill is my bill, or is it the United States' bill? It's the United States' bill.
Sure is.
That's why your name's in all capital letters. It ain't you. It's a sole proprietorship. Who's sole proprietor? You didn't even make the fucking thing. You don't even know this thing showed up. You don't even know when this fucking thing came into your life. You don't know anything about it. So it's not yours. So all these bills and drafts and all these things, you're the authorized signature. The goddamn bank account checks tell you you're the fucking authorized signature. So if a goddamn fucking bill comes to you and it's got that name of that business that you didn't even know you had, that you didn't even know where it came from, how the fuck could it be yours?
Brandon, I just had a click. If you work for Starbucks and you order the beans in, you're not personally paying for the beans of Starbucks, right? The company is. So if you're an employee of the United States and the sole proprietor and you have a bill, the federal government pays for it. That's their obligation, right?
We should all have credit cards and they should all have infinite credit on them. And ever since 1933, that's the way this thing's supposed to be set up. You've got the sole proprietorship, and then through the sole proprietorship, you should have like a fucking Amex Centurion Black card with infinite credit on it, that's really what we're supposed to have. And that's why if you start looking at the freedom, the credit acts and stuff about credit, look up court cases where people file lawsuits against the credit agencies for denying them credit based off of discrimination. They always win. You can have infinite money. You just get a bunch of loans. You don't pay any of them, quote unquote pay. That's bullshit anyways. You already did pay them. You paid them when you opened them. You get all these fucking credit cards and mortgages. Don't quote unquote pay any of them. You already did. You just didn't know it. Let them all default. Let them all go on your credit. Sue the credit company for discrimination. Make money because they defamed you and harmed you. Get all that removed off your credit. Repeat the cycle. Infinite money. There's a lot of ways to infinite money, my friend. Okay. Now, if we go to, this gets crazier, 31 USC. Oh, I've got to memorize this. I've got to memorize it. Oh, it's so important. 1501. Oh, I've got to memorize. Oh, 1501. Yes. Got it. 31 USC 1501. Check this out, bro. I found this recently. Oh man, I started plugging these into my cases so fucking fast, my pen's ripped in half. An amount shall be recorded as an obligation of the United States government only when it is supported by documentary evidence of, look at number 2, a loan agreement showing the amount and terms of repayment.
Wow.
Bank of America sues you because you didn't pay on your mortgage. Here's your response. I hereby motion the court to add in a new plaintiff or new defendant, the United States government. And you're going to add the United States government as a defendant into the case, and you're going to attach evidence showing that your mortgage document is in fact a loan agreement showing the amount and terms of repayment, and the responsible party to perform on that mortgage documentation is actually the United States government. It's an obligation of the United States government under 18 USC 8, obligation or other security of the United States defined. Bam.
There's the light bulb there.
It ain't your fucking
money. Bill, yeah.
It ain't your fucking bill. Nobody in either country, because it's weird because they've taken over all the other countries. They've taken over California and everything, so these countries are gone. Technically speaking, in California, everything I'm teaching you doesn't exist. All this stuff we've already seen, Article 4, Section 35 and 36, or whatever it was, we've already seen all of this is illegal in California. In state of California, it's completely legal. They are not directly taxing you at all. That would be unconstitutional. So what do? They were kind enough to give you a business. Business happens to have the same name as you. They tax that thing. You think it's you. That's the issue. There's nothing unconstitutional about taxing a business. It's called an excise tax. And if you go down the rabbit hole of that one, the entire 16th Amendment is only talking about excise taxes.
Mm-hmm. And how does the Fed window fit into this?
Well, let's hold off on that one for a minute. So you become the holder of a note or draft. And then at that point, now you can do what's called negotiation. This is where negotiation actually takes place. It means a transfer of possession, whether voluntary or involuntary, of an instrument by a person other. Let's not get into that last part. So it's transfer. Negotiation is transfer. So how does transfer occur? It occurs through what's called an endorsement, which is a long definition. Endorsement, I'm gonna make this simple. It's shit written on the goddamn thing to that basically are the instructions or laws associated with how it can be transferred, redeemed, or exchanged. That's it. So for example, let's go back to the check example. I should just leave this thing up. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Here's our check. We lost it. Here's our check here. Okay. So let's give some examples here. Okay. So we're gonna create this check. We're gonna be the maker of the issuer. But for the sake of simplicity, we're also going to say we're kind of like negotiating the check as well. Okay. So negotiation means we're writing the rules as to who can redeem or transfer or how this thing can move. We're writing because paid to the order of. If I write a Mark Yegge on there, can Nicholas go and cash it?
Not unless I endorse it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's the rule. It's the rules of transfer. You're writing the rules of transfer here. Pay to the order of. Now let's say this is blank check.
Mm-hmm.
People have heard of that. What is a blank check? Well, it's the same thing as saying blank endorsement. It's actually literally the same terminology. Blank endorsement does not state the payee and automatically makes the instrument payable to bearer. People feel bad. They get a blank check and then they write their name on it. And did I do something illegal? You didn't even need to put your fucking name on it at all. You could scoot it. Now the teller might not know this, but a seasoned banker would know if the goddamn thing is signed and there's no fucking name on it, it's cash.
Yep.
It's a bearer bond.
It's a bearer bond. It doesn't need to have a name on it. Okay. Another way that you can make it really, really clear that this is cash is you can write the word bearer. Paid to the order of bearer. Blank endorsement does not state the payee, or it states the payee explicitly as payable to the bearer. It would still have the same effect. Payable to bearer, you could write in here. Bearer, payable to bearer, nothing. All of those would be blank checks. You're creating cash. You are manufacturing cash. Put the date here, $20, sign it. Don't put a payee here. You've just manufactured legal cash that can move from person to person to person, just like this, forever until someone makes it payable to themselves or something, or goes to the Federal Reserve discount window and does something else with it. It's a security that can travel through the culture just like a Federal Reserve note forever. It's a Federal Reserve note. It's the same fucking thing. There is no payee on it. Now, a special endorsement states the payee. Mark Yegge, Nicholas Spohn, Brandon Joe Williams. Now keep in mind, Starbucks is a person. Starbucks Inc. Starbucks Inc. is a person. So you write roofing, best roofers, Los Angeles. It's a person. You can write that's a special endorsed instrument, states the payee, who is a person called Great Roofs, Los Angeles, or whatever. And then you have all these different types of endorsements. There's a bunch of other ones I don't even have here that almost nobody ever uses, so I didn't even list them. But you have here a qualified endorsement is just really, really simple. And when you guys start going down this whole endorsement rabbit hole, you're going to find it's a lot of information. You can see even from this definition over here. They try to make it really, really complicated so people don't look at it, because this is like the hottest of the hottest of the hottest. Like when you understand how to endorse, you never have to fucking pay a bill with Federal Reserve notes ever again. It just never has to happen. All bills pay for themselves. How do they pay for themselves? By you performing on a duty, obligation, or contract. The definition of payment. How do you perform on a duty, obligation, or contract? By accepting the bill, becoming the holder of the bill, endorsing the bill, and then negotiating or transferring or tendering that bill back to who is called the person entitled to enforce the bill, which completes the cycle. How did this cycle get started? The 1933 Emergency Banking Act, and how all the money was going to be converted into a mortgage that represented all the property in the nation, and all this that you saw earlier from the congressional record. Okay. So we live in this world where there is no debt, there is no nothing. They send you this thing, you're supposed to do some stuff with it and then send it back, and that's considered payment. That's considered performance. Performance and payment mean the same thing. And this works for traffic tickets. This works for anything. You get the traffic ticket. The traffic ticket is an unconditional promise to pay. You endorse the unconditional promise to pay, and you mail it back to whoever's going to process that payment.
There's so many people teaching how to sign, and like, it just most of it doesn't make sense. And so Brandon, when I got your Contract Killers course, I went through that and I really understood how to sign as, by Nicholas Spohn on behalf of Nicholas Spohn, in all caps, by Nicholas Spohn, comma, agent, without recourse. And I sign everything like that now. And what you teach is all based on the UCC.
Yeah. There's a lot of people teaching a lot of dumb shit. I mean, I was into all that dumb shit at the beginning too. I probably even taught some of it years ago. And then as I got deeper and deeper, and as I realized UCC was sort of like the Bible of all this, I kind of threw all that out. Like, for example, A for V, accepted for value. That's considered this whole process that you can find all over the internet. The thing is, when you start reading UCC 3, you realize that accepted for value just means that you never specified that you were only taking part of the instrument. If you never specify that you're taking part of the instrument only and leaving other parts, or like if there's multiple owners of an instrument, you wouldn't say accepted for value because it's accepted. Multiple people are accepting it. So there's a certain percentage of value going to each of the individual people that are accepting it. But that's almost, I mean, unless you're in some kind of like deep, weird banking related situation, you're never going to see that.
Right.
So by simply receiving a bill, because if you look at the legal definition of the word accepted, means accepted by delivery. If you receive a bill by delivery, you've accepted it for value. It's not a fucking process. It's the stupidest fucking thing in the world. It's like someone took one small little part of UCC 3 and made this whole process out of it. It doesn't make any sense. If you go to your mailbox and you pull out of your mailbox a bill and you have it in your hand, you've accepted the bill for value. Now you open up that bill and you look at it. You're the holder now. Now you're going to negotiate the bill through an endorsement, which as per UCC 3-114, you could just write on the face of the goddamn thing with a pen. That's why I told you if I could choose between $1 billion and 3-114, I'd choose 3-114, because if an instrument contains contradictory terms, typewritten terms prevail over printed terms, handwritten terms prevail over both. Handwritten terms. They printed a bill that says you owe them money or whatever currency, and you've handwritten terms on the face of the bill saying you don't. Which one wins? The handwritten terms always win. Always. Always, 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 always win. What do you do? And how do you do this? And what do you write? And all this. It's handwritten terms. Once you understand the contract and you understand how all this works and you understand how the exchange functions and you understand that it's all the United States of shit anyways, it becomes simpler because the emotions start to get out of it. You know, you want to get the emotions out of it as fast as you can. I think the 18 USC 8 and the 31 USC 1503, 1501, I think that's pretty cool because it pulls a lot of the emotion out of it. It isn't even your fucking bills at all. Chances are you've never gotten a bill in your whole life, maybe, depending on where you live. I mean, if some local plumber comes and fixes your plumbing and he just got some bullshit print off whatever or handwritten bill, I'd say that was probably a bill that was for you because he doesn't know any of this. He's not going to go and do any of these things. But any big, huge company, that's why it has the barcode on it. It's got all these strings of numbers. It's got the coupon. You got to think like there's all these strings of numbers. There's like 2 fucking barcodes on your bills, one at the top and one at the bottom. There's a string and number here. There's like a little 4-string, a little 5-string, a little 6-string up here. And then on the bottom, on the coupon, there's a bunch of larger strings that look almost like routing and account numbers. And I haven't gone completely down this rabbit hole. I would say there probably are routing and account numbers. Now we start getting into routing from where to where. What account is this? Whose is it? And why the fuck is it on my voucher? That'll get your cases dismissed real fucking fast, right? They don't want to answer those questions. So what the fuck are these things? What the fuck are these things? That's why they want you on auto pay. They don't want you looking at these things.
Yeah.
That's why they want you not using cash. They don't want you looking at this thing and being like, payable to the bearer. How interesting. Legal tender. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Interesting. What is legal tender? What is public and private? What is this? 2 signatures on here. Why is there 2 signatures on here? Looks like bond paper, the way that the outsides have that kind of bond paper. They don't want people doing that.
Yeah.
So what do? They give you your 1% cash back on your credit card while they steal all of the produced currency that you're manufacturing throughout the month by creating all these unconditional promises to pay. And basically, they consider you just abandoning all of them.
And they've already gotten paid.
Well, they've already gotten paid at the end of the month. Yeah. So when you put the credit card into the credit card reader, it instantaneously zeroes out the account.
Yeah.
It's a $2. It's a $2 charge. You promise to pay $2. The promise to pay is a negotiable instrument that can be used to discharge the original obligation. All they got to do is just put 2 and 2 together, bing, and they get a 0. They just don't do that.
Right.
I used to wonder how the credit cards could offer 0% interest rates for, 18 months. Well, you get your credit card, you put a $20,000 charge on it. They're taking that to the Federal Reserve window to create the funds for that charge. So they're not actually lending you any of their reserves. There's no reserves, right?
No, God, no. They don't need it. We'll get into the window in a second. We have to understand negotiation and endorsements really thoroughly before we can get to the window stuff. So just let me go a little farther on this, then we'll hit the window, okay? So without recourse is really important. It's a type of endorsement called a qualified endorsement, right? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. In financial transactions, without recourse disclaims any liability to the subsequent holder of a financial instrument. So adding without recourse to the signature means that the endorser, the person creating or signing, takes no responsibility if the check bounces. So what does that mean? You can write a check for $200,000 and you've only got $5 in your bank account. If you write without recourse on the check when you issue it, it's a $200,000 payment basically. Good luck trying to get that through the courts though.
Yeah, right.
I'm trying to do these kinds of things in the courts, and basically, I can't tell if they think I'm either crazy or they're pretending to think that I'm crazy because they know that if they allow this through, the entire economy is just going to explode.
I've read those cases, Brandon. I think they're pretending to make you crazy.
Yeah, I think they're pretending as well.
They're doing the sovereign citizen bullshit on you and all this other stuff and calling you wacko.
So it's an interesting. Now you got to think from their perspective. They're in a precarious situation.
Yeah.
Because if they allow these very, very lawful things that I am doing to go through the court system, especially with how big my platform is, it's humongous.
Yeah.
This whole country is going to explode in about 24 hours.
It's going to create a precedent. Everybody will quote the precedent and that's it. Game over.
I mean, so while I do have some empathy towards their precarious situation, I really don't at the end of the day.
Right.
Because the banks are stealing everyone. It's literally the Matrix. We're all these walking pods manufacturing all this energy, and they're just taking it. And then they justify it by saying we're abandoning it. How can you abandon something you never even knew you fucking made in the first place?
Yeah.
You mean to tell me, if people knew that they were manufacturing all their own currency and everything was a zero as soon as they use their credit card, you think they'd still be sending in Federal Reserve notes? Fuck? Doesn't make any sense. So as per the letter of the law, all this is legal, but like they would never want any of this to get in front of a jury. Do you think a jury would think this is okay? I don't care if it's black, if it's women, if it's white, if it's Asian, if it's yellow, if it's this. I don't care what the fuck the jury is. I don't care what. They could have an IQ of 60. It could be people with Down syndrome, and you could probably get a fucking conviction on some shit like this.
If they've ever paid a bill, they're going to side with you. Yeah.
So the thing is that the closer you get to a jury with all this information, that's a slam dunk. You get in front of a jury, it's over. The thing is, they from my experience, I'm experiencing it as we speak, and you can look at my cases, they go absolutely batshit. I mean, if this thing gets even 1 yard close to, if it gets down the 1 yard line toward a jury, they're going to have an ape shit. They're going to go ape shit. So I don't see any other option. So I'm just going to keep doing it until something happens. This is the law. This is the honest. This is the truth. I'm trying to perform. Everything I'm doing is within the confines of the law entirely. In fact, the life that I live is way more lawful and legal than the life that I lived previously. I'm probably one of the cleanest, squeakiest motherfuckers walking the planet, walking these 2 countries, these 49 countries, excuse me. So it's an interesting situation, to say the least. So getting back to without recourse means fuck you. Fuck you. Literally, it's like writing "fuck you" on the instrument. Basically, I mean, honestly, really. You don't need to pay. You don't need to do shit. Fuck you. If it doesn't clear, it still counts as a payment. I don't give a shit. Without recourse is seriously the most badass shit ever. If I had to choose between without recourse and $1 billion, give me without recourse. Without recourse is infinite money by itself. Okay? So now you're going to get this thing, right? You're going to get this thing. You're going to become the holder. And then now when you become the holder, you're going to start endorsing these things. Now, where did I learn all this? Where did you learn all this, Brandon? How did you get tipped off to this? I started having my followers go out and get copies of their mortgages and shit. And I started finding all this terminology on the goddamn mortgage documents. That's how this whole thing got started. So here's a bunch of mortgage documents. Without recourse, paid to the order of Rocket Mortgage LLC, AKA or FKA, whatever that means, Quicken Loans LLC, by signature of a person's name and the name of person, Stephanie Beavers, capture manager. This is what tipped me off to all. This was how I figured all this out, right? Pay to the order of Countrywide Home Loans, Inc., without recourse. Countrywide Document Custody Services, a division of Treasury Bank N.A. by signature of a person, Lori Meader, Vice President. And then it got transferred again. See, it got transferred once, and it got transferred again. 3-114. Handwritten or typed terms prevail over. So what they're doing is they're writing handwritten or typed endorsements, just like a check, on the face of the instrument, transferring the instrument to a different person or party, and then that party is then transferring it to another party. So like, you've heard about this, like in the first 60 days, they usually sell your mortgage.
Yes.
This is what's happening. They're endorsing the mortgage just like this, and then transferring it over to a new holder. Right?
Yep.
Brandon, what are you finding is happening with people getting mortgages and signing it without recourse?
Well, we'll get into that in just a second.
Okay.
Without recourse, pay to the order of Quicken Loans, LLC. This one's by Erica Monique Hill, Capture Manager. Pay to the order of PHH, Mortgage Corporation, without recourse. So when it's pay to the order of, if it states the payee, it's a special endorsement. So the original note, when you signed it, was blank endorsed. And then now you're issuing it to them. And then they're taking it and they're making it payable to themselves. And they're making it payable to themselves in a way where they basically, whoever they're transferring it to, they never have to pay it back without recourse. So, okay. We're starting to get hot on the trail of how this thing works. This fucking scam. Without recourse, pay to the order of Homebridge Financial Services, Inc., DBA, Real Estate Mortgage Network, Carly Francis, Assistant Secretary. Now, just by the way, if anyone would like to get copies of all this and see this for yourself, shockingly, they'll give it to you. You're going to file for a Freedom of Information Act request or the state version of that, whichever one is the one that they want. And you're going to request a copy of the processed original notes that have any endorsements or allonges associated with them. An allonge is an attached sheet of paper that's used. This is a good example right here, allonge to note. It's attached to a note or bill because there wasn't enough room to write all of the endorsement information. So an allonge is an attached sheet of paper that contains the endorsement information because the original document or negotiable instrument did not have enough room on it for the endorsement. Mm-hmm. It's to create additional room, right? So you're going to ask your lender, they aren't your lender, they're a currency exchange. You're going to ask your currency exchange, which they'll call themselves a lender, it's fraud. It's a currency exchange. You're going to ask your currency exchange to get copies of your original note, and it has to, as part of your request, it has to have any endorsements or allonges with it. And they're starting to catch on to the fact that we're catching on to this, so we'll see if they freak out. They have to send it to you. They don't have a choice. If they don't, then you sue them and tell the court that you don't have a loan. You asked for the loan. You don't have it. You don't remember signing anything. And then make them submit it into the court case, right? But the thing is it's a so what are they doing with all of these? This is where things get crazy. So what they're doing is they're going to what's called the Federal Reserve discount window. We're going to go to 12 USC 412. And we're going to find out how does that work. You can write up an application for notes. Such application for notes, Federal Reserve notes, shall be accompanied with a tender to the local Federal Reserve agent of collateral in amount equal to the sum of the Federal Reserve notes thus applied for. The collateral security thus offered shall be notes, drafts, bills of exchange, or acceptances, blah, 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 blah. So what's happening is they're going to the Federal Reserve discount window. FRBdiscountwindow.org. And they're writing up an application for notes to swap that original promissory note that you signed here for Federal Reserve notes. And people always think, okay, so they're basically getting a loan on that original document, basically. Correct? That's what they're doing. The problem is that when they write without recourse on the fucking endorsement, they don't ever have to pay back the Federal Reserve.
Such a scam.
So they're turning around. You released this note with a blank endorsement. They're turning around, putting a qualified and special endorsement on it, going to the Federal Reserve discount window, swapping it for Federal Reserve notes, free and clear. They never need to pay it back. And then they turn around and they hand you basically your own notes that you are the one that created, because the definition of the individual who actually has the credit is the person who's able to promise to pay. The bank never promised to pay. You did. So who has the credit? You do. So what did they do? They subverted your credit, got you to manufacture currency, released that currency without any stipulation. They got their hands on this currency, and then the way that they fund, quote unquote, your quote unquote loan, which isn't a loan, is they turn around without recourse. They get the free cash, the free Federal Reserve notes. They convert this into Federal Reserve notes, turn around and hand you your own Federal Reserve notes at interest. And that's
so they get paid twice, essentially. If
they get paid twice. And as far as I know, the value of the original note is the maturity value of the note. So if it's a 30-year mortgage at 4%, when they go to the window, if you're buying an $800,000 house, they go to the window, they come back with $1.4 million.
Yeah.
They give you the 800 for your house. They pocket 600 and you still owe them the full 800.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, actually.
And that's how this whole thing works. It's brilliant,
actually. It's brilliant. Really.
And you got to ask yourself, one question. Here's the question. All these, I have a few really important key questions I like to have people ask to really, this is what jumpstarts the curiosity that you need to start digging into all this. The question is this: how the fuck do the banks own everything? They own everything.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that in the 50s and 60s and 70s. How in 30 or 40 years did the banks own everything?
My initial answer would be we went off the gold standard in 71, but I don't
yeah,
know
but the answer to the question is this is the answer.
Because of this, yeah.
There's no risk. Everything's owned. All these loans, quote unquote, have the house as collateral. So they're getting 1.4 million up front. And then if you don't diligently pay every motherfucking payment for 30 years,
they'll take the house.
They take the whole house back. So you paid 400,000, you paid for 15 years, and then you can't pay anymore. They take the whole house back through a foreclosure. And then what do? They turn around and they do this exact same process again. Yeah. They can't lose. They can't lose. In 40 years, they own everything.
Amazing.
So just to wrap up this flow chart. So how do you handle all this? This is the kryptonite. This is the bank kryptonite. You do the same fucking thing. You have them send you a payoff sheet. Hi, I need a payoff sheet for my entire loan. You write without recourse, pay to the order of whoever, or payable to bearer, or payable to them. Who do I make the check out to? You ask them, and you just hand write on the face of the bill without recourse, pay to the order of whoever they say to pay, by my name, and then below that put man or whatever. That's how they do it. Tender it back to the person entitled to enforce the instrument. Now, at that point, they have two choices. They think they have three. They think they can ignore you. They can't. They legally have two choices. Choice number one is they have to now apply that as a payment because you've completed the cycle. The second choice is they can dishonor the instrument. UCC 3-. Oh boy. Don't fart on me now, Brandon. 505, 503, 502. Bam, 502.
503.
That was 503. It's 502. Let's go back. 502, 502. Dishonor. So there's certain rules as to how they can dishonor a note or a draft. There's rules for notes up top, and then you go down to subsection B and it's notes for draft. So if you're getting a draft from them, which is going to be your payoff sheet, these are the rules associated with dishonor. Most of them involve time. Like the payoff sheet was only good for 10 days, but you mailed in the payoff sheet past that 10 days. But 3-114 says that you can just write on the fucking bill, and whatever you write become the new rules. So you cross out where it says 10 days and you write payable on demand. Now they can't dishonor it. You see? Whatever you write on the goddamn thing becomes the new fucking terms of the agreement on the instrument.
But isn't there dishonor if they don't accept your payment?
No. I'm talking about, this is like the legal shit. I'm talking about like, this is the way they can actually legally refuse it.
Okay.
The word dishonor in English means this is how they can legally refuse it. These are the only ways they can people think, oh, they can just ignore you. Nope. These are the rules governing how they can refuse. These are the only ways that they can refuse. There are no, it's B1, B2, B3, or B4. Sir, okay, you're wasting my time. Are you dishonoring this instrument under UCC 3-502 subsection B1, subsection B2, subsection B3, or subsection B4? Sir, shut the fuck up. I'm going to ask you the question again. Are you dishonoring this instrument under UCC 5-502 under subsection B1, subsection B2, subsection B3, or subsection B4? If they don't answer the question, now you can start beating the fuck out of them. How does that work? It's really simple. So now, if they fail to dishonor the instrument, which is legally how they can refuse the instrument, and they fail, this is failure. You need to use the term failure. They are failing to perform. If they fail to perform by dishonoring the instrument legally, and they failed to perform by applying the instrument as a payment, now we're going to get into litigation. What does UCC 3 say that you should be doing in that illegal, unlawful situation? Well, the easiest spot to get the answer to that is 3-603 subsection B. If tender of payment of an obligation to pay an instrument is made to the person entitled to enforce the instrument and the tender is refused. Now, keep in mind, what was the term they used before for a legal refusal? It's the word, the one I just said a million times. What is it? Dishonor.
Dishonor.
So dishonor means legal refusal. Refused means illegal refusal. There is discharge to the extent of the amount of the tender. The goddamn payment applies either way. If you send me a bill, a payoff sheet for a $30 million home, and I endorse it and send it back to you, and you don't legally dishonor the instrument, it's a payment whether you fucking like it or not, motherfucker. It makes no difference. It is a payment. If you don't apply it as a payment, you're just a dumbass. It's illegal. I'm going to sue you. You will be applying it as a payment because you don't have a fucking choice.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And tender, payment, and performance all mean the same thing, correct?
No. Tender means an unconditional offer. So if I extend this $2 bill to you like this, and there's no conditions attached, if I say, hey, if you give me an invoice, I'll give this to you, wouldn't be a tender. Tender is just here. Here is my offer in performance without any conditions or stipulations at all whatsoever. So if I extend, this is where things get interesting. If I try to pay with these gold backs, right? I'm going to pay with these gold backs. So here's me. I'm the they say negotiable instrument on them because they went through all this litigation. These are not negotiable instruments. That's complete horseshit. And all the fucking lawyers and all the fucking attorneys and all the fucking judges associated with their ilk, dumbass fucks. These are not negotiable instruments. They're not unconditionally promising or ordering anything. Stupidest fucking thing in the world. They had to do that because they got sued and banking industry going crazy and everything else. These actually would be considered money. It's a bit outside of the definition, but it's close enough to where I would give it to him. This is actually money, right? So let's say you came to my house and you fixed my sink, and I'm going to give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 single gold backs, which is 1/1000th of a troy ounce of 24 karat gold. Okay. And I go like, and I have them here. This wouldn't be tender yet. This is now tender. Here you go. Once I've extended and offered this as performance, right? Performance doesn't need to be monetary. If I offer to, in exchange, wash your clothes, that actually would actually legally be considered tender as well. You're tendering performance. You're offering performance. Now, if we go back to at the beginning of the show, we have consideration. Now the other party has to make a determination. Is this adequate consideration? That's the beauty of the banks and a lot of the industries and the governments. The governments have to follow all this bullshit UCC crap. They don't have a fucking choice. They have to follow all this shit. But when it's you and your buddy and you're just fucking around and throwing shit around, it's contract based. Mm-hmm. It's based off of consideration. It's all consideration. It all becomes just this like completely open market that's just only consideration based, not statute based. The banks and the big conglomerates and Starbucks and all these organizations, they don't have that. They don't have that luxury because they voluntarily created this stupid ass fucking corporation. They volunteered to do all these things. They identified with the sole proprietorship. They're in all this shit. They don't have that option. They don't have that choice. And that's why law seems insane, because they follow these things like law. They don't follow consideration and all these kinds of things. I mean, those kinds of things can become involved in the conversation, but the conversation becomes really complex because you can write up a fucking promissory note on a sheet of paper and hand it to the fucking teller, and she laughs and thinks you're crazy. You videotape the whole thing, and then you sue Starbucks Incorporated for failing to accept and perform on an instrument, a legal instrument. You can't do that outside of the statutory system. So like for all the people that are watching, if you have companies and corporations and businesses that are plugged into all this, my people are probably going to come for you at some point. And the whole reason why we're doing this, the whole reason why we're Genghis Khan scorched earth, because when people wake up to all this crazy bullshit, they're going to do what? Exit the system. That's how we win.
Yeah.
If I go around Genghis Khanning everybody, but at the same time turning around and teaching everyone how to get out of it and never have it happen again, and also make a whole bunch of money on the back end to where like the crazy shit that I did to you doesn't even fucking matter anymore. I win. All my people are going to win. We're all fat hogs making billions of dollars, fucking scorched earth, while at the same time freeing everyone from the matrix. And that's basically my whole platform in a nutshell, essentially. People think that what we're doing is dishonest. No, what's dishonest is every time you fucking use your credit card, you're manufacturing currency that the bank assumes you're abandoning. You are a walking slave producing currency for the bank, and the bank is carefully making sure you never find out. That's the evil part. I am taking advantage of the system because I understand it, and I'm teaching the system to others. People think that's dishonest. That's not. If you think what I'm doing is more dishonest than what the banks are doing, you have a seriously fucked up moral compass.
Well, there's a lot of fucked up moral compasses these days anyway. But what I think you're doing is, I mean, you've been able to walk through in the last, 4.5 hours, a very logical progression of what happens, and you've got laws and codes and things to back you up. And so how can anybody look at it and really say it's dishonest unless they are the ones that don't understand? So, I appreciate your time, your wisdom, the amount of work that you've put into this to cogently, walk through it. I don't know how the heck you could convince a courtroom or a jury unless they give you the 4 hours to do this. But it's all there. If they're willing to
Well,
listen,
yeah, I
if they're
mean,
willing to learn, it's all there.
look at like for example, people don't realize like look at like a John Wayne Gacy case or an OJ case. You know, you think to yourself, oh, cut and dry, super easy, no problem. I think the John Wayne Gacy case, it took him a year to prepare for trial. People think all these things about courts. It's just all craziness. You should go out and watch some of these new documentaries coming out. There's a couple good ones about the OJ trial that just came out. Really cool. The OJ trial went on for a fucking year, and these people were sequestered. The goddamn jury was sequestered. They were in the fucking trial, in a fucking thing, not able to talk to anyone, living in a hotel, not able to do shit, not even able to fucking watch the media. I think they were told, don't even watch the media. There's too much craziness and it'll fuck up the case for a goddamn year.
Nice justice system, yeah.
And then at the end of the year, and people are asking the jury members, and a lot of them, if you watch these documentaries, they were like, dude, we just wanted it to be over, bro.
Yeah.
We just wanted it to end. You know what I mean? So, you have 6 months to a year to prepare, and then a year trial, you're talking about 4 hours of work. I mean, you could present a 6 months worth of shit at a trial if you wanted to.
If they'll let you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying, 4.5 hours is nothing.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for your time and wisdom. Nick, do you have any parting comments for Brandon? Questions?
Yeah, we've had a blast. Mark and I tend to kind of synchronize and go deep on different topics, and so we had a lot of fun going through your contract killers course and messaging back and forth about, hey, did you read this UCC? Did you check out this video? And so I would encourage anybody listening to this to definitely go get that course and check out your websites. And like I said, we've had a ton of fun learning about it and having you on, and it's been a blast.
What do your clients think about all this, Mark? It's crazy. What?
Well, most of them just laugh and think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
And if they know me, they know I'm a little crazy. But it's really hard to explain unless you actually do the steps, right? You have to just define the definition. You have to show what dishonor is, show what an endorsement is, show all these things. And still, they're brainwashed. It's so hard to break through that.
Yeah.
But once you can show them some stuff and they see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they realize, based on the last 5 years of the bullshit that we've been getting anyway, right, on all the other stuff, that you can't believe anything anyway, so you might as well try to believe something that's got some law behind it. Then they start to listen a little bit, right? So, I think it's fascinating, and I think it's a movement. And I'm Nick and I talk about, telling other people and trying to spread the word, but not everybody's ready, and the people that are ready are going to be able to be at the top of the pyramid.
Oh yeah. And I think if your demographic's older guys with money, you might be kind of cushy, you might be kind of wanting to retire or whatever. But the thing is that, in that same book, Leading Edge Boomers and Seniors, from Dan S. Kennedy, one of the things he talks about is the female leading edge boomers and senior demographic. Their number one concern as they move into that 60, 65 plus age range becomes charity. I'm talking about women, not men.
Yeah.
70% from his research, as women become more successful, as women, the wives of men who are successful. So let's say you have a couple, very wealthy, very well-to-do, and you have the husband and you have the wife, and they have no financial issues. The wife statistically is the one who's going to be trying to figure out charity, local activities, female empowerment, groups, social groups. These kind of things become top of the concern for a woman in that kind of age range and that kind of. So the thing is that, even if you're not looking at this information, I don't look at this information from a point of view of personal gain. I did at the very beginning, because I had an issue I was trying to deal with the employment development department, who I ended up spanking out here in California. But the thing is that this is so much bigger than just making some money or getting some free things. And I tantalize people with a lot of that because people are so fucking degraded, and they've got this shitty car and this shitty life and this shitty apartment, and just giving them something cool is really exciting, and it kind of boosts. It's a big booster. But once you have a decent place to live and a decent car and a couple other things, you start to really rapidly realize this is so much bigger than that.
Yeah.
It has to do with your children and your grandchildren. And do you want your fucking grandchildren? The banks own everything. They fucking own everything. In 40 fucking years, they own everything. And then now we're starting to get into, you want to get into conspiracy theories. Now we're starting to get into talking about digital currencies and everything else. If they own everything and all the fucking currencies are going into something digital, you really think in another 50 years that your kids are going to wake up in a fucking wonderful place? We got goddamn cyborgs, for fuck's sake. Elon Musk you can buy a goddamn cyborg for $30,000 now. They got flying cars in China. They got these drone things with all these drones and exploding drones. And we have to learn about all this stuff and learn about the structure. The entire basis of America is personal property.
Yeah.
The entire basis, go all the way back to the late 1700s and start reading about court cases from that time period. They're talking about personal property and how the state's entire fucking purpose is to protect people and to have the right for personal property. Everything I have taught you on this show is a complete satanic reversal of everything America has ever stood for.
Yeah.
If you love this country, we don't live in the same country anymore. The country has been completely subverted. And if it's not for you and you're well-to-do, it becomes about other people. It's about the future. It's about the children and the grandchildren, not who was it? Thomas Jefferson or whoever that said that, if the bankers get into control, everything we've worked for, they're going to wake up homeless on the streets. Remember that quote or whatever? I forget the exact quote. You can look that up. Ben Franklin or somebody said that, something close to that. That's what's going to fucking happen. Yeah. Was there homelessness 50 or 60 years ago? Homelessness almost didn't even exist 50 or 60 years ago. And now I'm in California. You can't walk down the fucking road without seeing a homeless person. We got homeless encampments. That is going to get worse. And it's going to get worse because the banks own everything. They inflate the monetary supply whenever they want. If the banks wanted to collapse almost every country in this entire world, they could flick one switch and it'd be done in 24 hours.
Yeah.
And that's unacceptable.
Totally. Well, it's all about education. Like I always say, financial education about, what we think is financial education that really isn't, and what we could do about it. And, thank you for your time, wisdom. I will link all your websites in our show notes. Your main one is one that we love. It's onestupidfuck.com. Yeah. You also have a law firm that you run, which is a attorney in fact law firm, if I'm saying that right. It's williamsandwilliams.com, and he's got all kinds of resources on there, including his litigation. Brandon is all over the internet, lots of other great podcasts that essentially talk about the things that we talk about here on the Wealth Architect podcast. But there's some stuff to this. And if you're out there listening and watching, I encourage you to go down this rabbit hole, because I think you're going to not just learn about what we're talking about here, but you're going to learn about what's going on in the world around you, and what's going on in Washington, and what's going on in the world, and you will become smarter for it. So Brandon, Joe Williams, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Nick, thanks for co-hosting. And everybody who listening, watching, remember what I always say, never give up your power in your health, your wealth, or your time. See you next time, everybody, on the Wealth Architect Podcast. Take care.
You've been listening to the Wealth Architect Podcast with Mark Yegge. Follow us on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Like and subscribe on YouTube. Share and tell your friends. See you soon.